I really appreciate you going to Greta's party tonight. He stopped at her door, hands in his back pockets as she stepped inside. Her eyes were all over him as she wet her lips. Aren't you coming inside? A great question. A sly, sexy grin pulled at her lips. Are you still standing on my porch because of the text? The confirmation that it wasn't a drunken text didn't help ease his apprehension. I have an early lesson in the morning, and I didn't run today, so I need to get that done first thing tomorrow. She raised a single brow. You drove my car. How are you going to get home? Another great question. Do you have to work in the morning? She nodded. I'll walk. It's not really that far. Ren sighed. If I were like 20 minutes more sober, I don't think I'd say this. But I'm not there yet, so I'm going to tell you. I bought new lingerie, a black lacy bra and a matching thong. The kind I don't have to hide in my refrigerator. A confident Ren in black lingerie had a good chance of blocking out the vision of her kinky alter ego in a strap-on penis acting out some fucked-up fantasy. He stepped inside and shut the door behind him. Chapter 19. Even under the lightly numbing veil of sangria, Ren felt something so different about the way Jackson looked at her. His eyes filled with desire and something else. That something else happened in the extra few seconds his gaze lingered before he touched her. It felt as though he disappeared, and in the next breath when he returned, his face lit up with an emotion that looked like gratitude. But for what? Her nerves were a ticking clock, so she took his hand and led him upstairs, commanding Gunnar to stay downstairs. When she released his hand in turn, he leaned against the shut door, arms crossed over his chest. The heat in his eyes lit a fire in her belly and a bit lower, too. Let me see everywhere you don't have a tattoo. His words could not have been more sobering, evaporating any residual alcohol from her bloodstream. I don't have any tattoos. Show me. Her shirt had stayed on when he fucked her against the refrigerator. Maybe the lingerie statement had been misleading. She imagined them in her bed, under the covers, lights off. Motioning to the wall next to him, she nodded. Shut the light off. A clenching, nauseating feeling knotted in her stomach as he shook his head. I'm 10 years older than you, and my body shows it. And you... She wrung her hands together, feeling an inch tall for being so self-conscious. Jackson Knight wasn't just 10 years younger. He represented the pinnacle of physical perfection at any age. On our first date, I told you someday I'd tell you what makes a man sexy, remember? She nodded. Her reference that day was to him. The point being that nothing made him that way. He just simply was sexy. Take your clothes off, and I'll show you that what makes me sexy in your eyes is the desire you see in mine. After a deep breath, she fought through her insecurities and unbuttoned her blouse with shaky hands. He just stood there, watching her undress, watching her fall apart from the inside out. One man made her feel like 100 sets of eyes, seeing her in her most vulnerable state. Shirt, skirt, borderline tears. But tears weren't sexy. Never had a guy asked her to strip for him. She wanted to be sexy, confident, and worthy of that look in his eyes. Keep going. Even her lips quivered as she bit them together and nodded once. Thong. Knees ready to give out. Bra. eyes cast downward, blinking back tears of fear. His feet came into view as she held her breath. "Look at me." One agonizing inch at a time, she lifted her chin. That look, that something, met her gaze. That desire in my eyes. It's you. It was a dream, one she hoped to believe someday. Now, take off my clothes. Standing, even just breathing, proved to be difficult. Undressing him felt impossible. "Why me?" she whispered with raw honesty. He tipped her chin up with his finger, then brushed his thumb along her lower lip. "Because you matter." What did that mean? Had no one mattered before her? Impossible. His hand dropped back to his side and he waited. Her. He wanted her to undress him. He wanted to be with her, inside her. Only in a dream. It had to be a dream. She wanted to close her eyes and not wake up. He helped her remove his shirt. She took a moment to stare, then her shaky hands unfastened his jeans. His erection strained against his briefs. Ren swallowed hard before easing down his pants. He toed off his shoes and stepped out of his jeans. Kneeling at his feet, she stole another breath of courage and reached up to remove his briefs. He threaded his fingers through her hair. It was a simple yet sensual gesture that sent a heavy pulsing sensation to settle between her legs. Resting her palms on his hard quad muscles, she rose up on her knees. His grip on her hair tightened. It had been a long time since she trusted a man with every piece of her vulnerability. Open. He let go of her hair with one hand, while gently tugging her head back with the other. She opened, but only from the shock that he said that to her. It wasn't a question, or even a request. It was a demand. He looked down at her with dark hooded eyes as he fisted the base of his cock, guiding it into her mouth. He teased it against her tongue until she took over. Bringing both hands back into her hair, he held it back to see her face as he made gentle thrusts. Touch yourself. It was official. She was in over her head and sinking deeper with every word that fell from his lips. Kneeling in front of him with his cock in her mouth, it was a little late to turn back. The most surprising part? She didn't want to stop. Ren. It came out with an edge of warning, a side to Jackson she hadn't seen. She liked it. A lot. The uncontrolled moan she released while sliding 2 fingers over her clitoris drew a painful fuck from him. With a groan, he pushed a little deeper toward her throat. The tightening grip on her hair revealed his teetering control. He grabbed her arms and pulled her up. The wild look in his eyes showed more than a slip of control. He shoved her down onto the bed, plunging her heart into her throat. Who was this guy, and why was she so turned on by his Jekyll and Hyde transformation? Spread your legs. Please didn't seem to be in his vocabulary, and no wasn't in hers. After retrieving a condom from his pants, he rolled it on, his eyes giving her a challenging look that dared her to do anything but what he asked. Pushing her knees back until they nearly touched her ears, he buried his face between her legs, eliciting a scream from someone. It couldn't have been her. Ren Middleton did not scream during sex. Not ever. Jackson became the ultimate sex toy, crawling up her body, sinking into her, and taking her to a whole new world. The woman beneath him, moaning, begging, and digging her nails into the flesh of his toned ass, was one lucky, lucky girl. After seeing stars, she sucked her lower lip into her mouth as he collapsed on top of her. Breathing was overrated. Fuck 40. He teased his teeth along her shoulder. She chuckled between labored breaths. I think you just did. Jude Day wasn't used to fucking women in a bed. He wasn't familiar with words beyond good night after zipping his fly and walking away from a random act of selfish pleasure. Taking Ren against her refrigerator felt familiar to Jackson. It had a spontaneous feel to it, even though he stayed for dinner and he did see her again. Very un-Jude. However, lying next to Ren in her bed with the entire night ahead of them left Jackson in uncharted territory. I should go. He kissed his way down her neck, palming her ass with one hand and squeezing her breast with his other. Okay, she answered in a breathy voice. An out. She gave him an easy out. No begging, no pouting, no clinging. The woman proved to be nothing short of a dream. The perfect mixture of maturity and vulnerability. She gave him the option to leave without a guilt trip, and the sultry way her eyes moved over his body felt like an open invitation to come back and do it again and again. The perfect situation. So, why didn't he want to leave? What the hell was wrong with him? Or I could stay. Sucking her nipple into his mouth, he tugged at it with his teeth until her back arched off the bed. Oh, God! Ren's soft moan had him hard again. His bout of celibacy left him uncharacteristically needy for sex. Or maybe it was her. No woman had ever made him feel so insatiable. Every inch of her tasted divine. He couldn't stop sucking and lapping his tongue over her breasts as two of his fingers slid between her slick folds. A distant voice from his past reprimanded him for being such a pussy as he fingered her to another orgasm, aiming only to pleasure her. She clawed at his back, then tugged his hair. Another foreign sensation. Jude sported a shaved head. He never knew a woman's death grip on his hair could make his dick pulse. Jackson would keep his pain-in-the-ass hair because his dick rather liked the connection. Ren's body writhed beneath his. Jackson! After he removed his fingers, her eyes fluttered open and he released her nipple. She looked down at the teeth marks he left as a souvenir. That's a first. Yeah. He kissed the bite marks and grinned. Well, it won't be the last. Ren pulled the sheet up over her chest and bit her lips together. So, I'll see you Tuesday? That old voice told him to get his pathetic ass up and say something to ensure he'd leave with both balls intact. Tuesday. He nodded, then rolled out of bed and dressed without making eye contact. Tuesday, next week, next month. It should not have mattered. Yet it did matter. It mattered like a sucker punch to his junk. Ren made it to her 6 a.m. bar class the next morning. The sexiest man alive groping her body, her soft parts that needed to be firmed up, served as the greatest incentive ever to feel the burn. Being with Jackson flooded her brain with a mindfuck of emotions. Every time he touched her, it brought on a war between unfathomable desire, the incredible feeling of being desired, and the insecurities that had been ingrained in her about her body, her age, her ability to please a man. Did he think she needed to lose weight, exercise more, get that boob job she'd thought about for years? After class, she went for coffee with her instructor, Val. She was a year older than Ren, recently divorced. Val was the closest thing Wren had to a female friend, who also qualified as a confidant. "You seemed possessed during class today." Val gave her a Cheshire cat grin over the rim of her coffee cup. Wren couldn't hide her guilty smile. "I've been seeing a guy." "Go on." Val rested her arms on the table and leaned in, giving Wren her full attention. "He's 10 years younger than me." Val's eyes bugged out. "Wren, oh my God, do tell. Who, what, where, when?" "I work for him." "I'm sure I should have some rule against that, huh? But I'm self-employed and it's never been an issue or even a possibility before now. He's kind and funny and he plays the piano. Like, he can seriously play the piano. But he's also a god, Val. I'm talking celebrity sports star fitness model god. It's not that I have some awful self-esteem, but if you saw this guy, you'd understand. I have no idea why he's interested in me in that way. I feel like I'm having my own shallow Hal moment. You know, like he's looking at me but seeing what he wants to see and it's just an illusion." "Wren, don't," she shook her head. "I need you to be my 40-something friend. I don't need you to give me a self-esteem boost. I'm not saying I think I'm ugly or lacking in all sex appeal. I'm just being realistic. I love ice skating and I'm pretty good at it, but I'm never going to make the Olympic team. Do you get what I'm saying?" Val squinted a bit. "This guy is the gold medal of guys?" "Exactly." "Have you had—" Val wiggled her brows. Wren blushed. "Yes. Oh, my God. Yes." "And—" Wren laughed. "Back to the Olympics scenario. If sex were an event, he'd take the gold." "I hate you." Val shook her head. "You should." Wren sighed. "I think there is a long line of women who hate me. Hell, I'm jealous of myself. I just know someone is going to shake me, and when I wake, I'm going to be so pissed it was all just a dream." "So, he's a god, the sex is award-winning, yet I get this vibe that something's wrong." She chewed the corner of her lower lip and nodded. "It's the age thing, but not like I'm going to break a hip during sex. Although his stamina is yada yada, he's a fucking stallion. I get it." Val rolled her eyes. Wren chuckled. "Anyway, he lived a cavalier life before he moved to Omaha, but now he's looking for something different." "A mature woman?" With a twist of her lips, she shook her head. "A wife. A child-bearing wife." Val's eyes grew wide as she mouthed, "Oh. Yeah, this is so messed up. When we're together, I can't stop wondering if he's attracted to me or my maturity and childbearing hips." "I thought you had a C-section with Maddie." "You know what I mean." Val laughed for a moment, then it fizzled when she looked at the true concern on Wren's face. "Is it really about believing he could be genuinely attracted to you, or are you not wanting the same thing? I have 2 teenagers, and I can't imagine starting that all over again. Nursing, diapers, sleep deprivation." Wren rested her chin in her fist and nodded slowly. "It's everything. My hormones are all over the place. I don't even know if I could get pregnant. And if I did, can you imagine what a monster I'd be with even more hormones coursing through my veins? And you're right, there's the new mom thing. At one point, I dreamed of more children with a man who loved me, but I think over the past few years that dream disappeared, and now I don't know if it still exists." She laughed. "But really, it's all so insane because I've known him for less than 2 months. He's mysterious, unpredictable, and I'm so far out of my comfort zone, I can't think straight when we're together." Val shrugged. You're in your sexual prime. Go for it. In less than 10 years, he'll leave me because my female parts will be all dry and shriveled up. And the crazy part is, I wouldn't blame him because the guy was made to... Val perked a single brow. Made to... fuck? Ren smiled. I think so. I'm not even sure he's wired for monogamy. It would be like the Secretariat being a circus pony. All that wasted potential. They both laughed. I'm scared, Val. She grabbed Ren's hand. He's not Preston, and you're no longer that woman. I know, but he's still alive and in my life because of Maddie. Even after all these years, I swear he's still messing with my mind. I second-guess everything, including what I want. I'm 40, for God's sake. I should know what I want by now, but I don't because somewhere along the way, I lost a piece of myself. And because of Maddie, I feel this incredible guilt, like regretting Preston means I regret Maddie. Ren? She took a cleansing breath, ashamed those words even came out of her mouth. What? If being somebody's wife again or having another baby is even a 1% chance in your mind, then get the guy. Suck him, pun totally intended, for all he's willing to give you, and then, Val winked, give him to me. Chapter 20. Day. Jones looked at Luke. Luke looked at Jones. Neither would concede that the other deserved to be in the doghouse. As Luke's gaze drifted to the fourth empty Heineken bottle, hanging from his loose grip, he felt fairly certain the mutt would be sleeping in his spot that night. Francesca needed a heart transplant or she would die. He remembered the days when he would have given her the heart from his own chest. Those days were gone, and his heart left a few hours earlier to go for a bike ride. Even 4 beers in before 1 o'clock on a Saturday, Luke knew with every bit of his existence that Jessica Day was meant to be with him. Somewhere along the way, he unintentionally convinced her she needed him. Every day, he wondered what would happen to them if she realized he needed her more. Beneath all the pain, the regret, the blood, the deaths, Jessica Day was a survivor. It's not what she did, it's who she was, and nobody could touch that part of her. Not Four, not Matthew Green, and not Dr. Jones. He closed his eyes, and an hour later, which felt like 2 seconds, the door opened. The sweat-soaked body of the woman who carried his heart like a torch walked to the kitchen and filled a large glass with icy water from the refrigerator door. She didn't acknowledge him. He couldn't blame her. Some strange and completely irrational part of his mind wanted her to be pissed at him. Jessica could never be ordinary, and he accepted that. A sick part of him even loved that about her. But just for one moment, he wanted the Jessica that showed she had a jealous side. I don't want you to be a martyr. She turned with narrowed eyes, wiping her mouth along the back of her hand. You assume I'm suffering somehow? Moving his empty bottle like a pendulum, he clenched his teeth, but the words still came out. My ex-fiancée is dying, and you tell me to go see her. Jessica set her empty glass on the counter. She's not necessarily dying. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. Okay? So tell me, what is the point? Luke slammed the bottle onto the coffee table, then tugged at his hair. The point is, you should be concerned that my going to see Fran could stir up emotions from my past. That seeing her in such a helpless state could cause me to leave you to be by her side because I might think she needs me more than you do. "Whoa, how many beers have you had?" He didn't answer, choosing instead to stare at the floor, breathless with anger. Anger about what? He wasn't sure. Jesus, Luke. I was jealous of Slutty Licky, and then your lunch date in Tahoe before I knew it was with your sister. But that was when I didn't know how you felt about me. That was before you promised that someday you'd beg me to marry you. That was before you asked me and Jones to move in with you. If something has changed, then now would be a good time to confess. Otherwise, I'm not going to be jealous of your ex-fiancé who may or may not be dying, unless you keep saying shit about seeing her and it's stirring up emotions that would make you leave me. I'm not leaving you. It was the truth, but he still couldn't look at her. Jessica's sharp perception would have seeped through his vulnerability until everything came crashing down. Go see her, Luke. After sobering up, Luke apologized to Jessica for his reaction to the morning's events. It came as no surprise that she forgave him. In spite of her past, which included killing someone with a knife, Luke knew she was the better person. If she were him, she would have already packed her bags and been on a plane to Scottsdale. Instead, after a week of an awkward existence as roommates, the kind that didn't have sex and gave each other polite smiles in passing, they packed up the essentials and Jones, then drove to Tahoe to spend the weekend with Luke's family. It may have been a cowardly move, but he decided they needed a change in scenery to bring Jessica out of her withdrawn state. Of course, he didn't let her drive, but she didn't ask either. However, the death look that he'd come to know all too well stuck to her face the entire way there. At one point, when they stopped to let Jones do his thing, he almost handed her the keys. Almost. Tell me why you're mad. Jessica coughed a throaty chuckle. We're 20 minutes from your parents' place, and you want to have a conversation based on your assumption that I'm mad? Are you not? No, I'm not mad. An interesting thing about medical school and specializing in psychiatry was the lack of information about the intricate workings of the female mind. Unfortunately, he proved to be his biggest obstacle. The change in their relationship stemmed from the Fran revelation. It made no sense why she would really want him to go visit Fran. But with each passing day filled with her withdrawn attitude and kissing Jones more than him, it became quite clear that's exactly what she expected him to do. Then why haven't we... Sex. He wanted to know why they hadn't had sex. No amount of education, plaques on the wall, or professional accolades could completely hide the man behind the doctor. Why haven't we... exercised? Dr. Jones went MIA whenever Luke tried to have a conversation that involved their relationship. Exercised? Well, I don't know why we haven't exercised, but I've been doing it every day while you've been stuck at your office catching up on dictation until after dinner most nights. Jude's been quite happy that I've been available to spar almost every night. Luke had been at his office with legitimate work to do, but nothing that he couldn't have done at home. Dr. Jones would have made the brilliant assessment that Luke had been avoiding not only Jessica, but Fran and his past, too. The woman beside him possessed too much intelligence to dismiss the reaction he had to the news of Fran. Since she and Jones moved in with him, Jessica had adopted Luke's healthy way of sleeping in the nude. He'd been living with live porn. There wasn't a guy in the world that would not have envied the sight that greeted him every night when he walked out of the bathroom. Sexy, naked woman on the bed, knees bent, legs spread wide, one hand rolling a nipple between two fingers, the other hand circling her glistening clitoris. Jessica needed sex before she could settle into a good sleep. Luke always obliged her. During the 5 days of her menstrual cycle, she'd join him in the shower, but never did they go without it. Until... sex. Fine, I said it. We haven't had it since the whole Fran thing. You've been wearing a full suit of armor to bed every night. A full suit of armor? After hours of nothing but her side profile as she stared out the back window because, yes, she was sitting in the back seat with Jones, Jessica relinquished a wide-eyed look in the rearview mirror at Luke. Your definition of a full suit of armor is a tank top and panties? Years of practiced patience and complete self-control had given Dr. Jones the reputation of having an unbreakable focus. Until Jessica Day. She could bring Hercules to his knees with words alone. Everything is relative, Jessica. So yes, going from masturbating in the nude on my bed to a tank top and panties, curled into a fetal position with your eyes closed, would be equivalent to a full suit of armor. With an easy nod, lips twisted, she turned back toward the window. Interesting. The steering wheel vibrated beneath his white-knuckled fists. His mother's keen observation skills would have him under interrogation within minutes of arriving, if he didn't get things worked out in the next 5 minutes. No pressure. A mile from their house, he downshifted and pulled to the side of the road. Amber eyes met his in the mirror again. I'm going to let you drive the rest of the way. As sure as her naked body distracted him, he knew his GTO would erase whatever grudge she'd been holding. Luke grinned as she opened the door, but it quickly faded when she hooked Jones's leash to his collar. What are you doing? Come, baby, she said, leading Jones along the side of the road. Jess, I'm letting you drive my GTO. Pfft, she kept walking. Letting me drive down a road that won't take it out of second gear is a fucking insult, and you know it. Asshole. The good doctor didn't want to be called Jones. Well, Jessica decided he wasn't worthy of the biblical name Luke either. Asshole seemed much more fitting as she walked the last mile to Felicity and Tom's house. She really hadn't been mad at him. Luke loved Fran at one time, and she knew he loved too hard to just let all those feelings vanish. 4 bottles of Heineken proved it. Jessica would never find complete closure, while Matthew Green still drew air in his lungs. But Luke could find it with Fran. However, the humming idle of the GTO crawling behind them, that made her mad. The full suit of armor was a sign of respect. An understanding that Luke needed time to work through his feelings about the news of Fran. Sex was Jessica's drug of choice to drown out painful emotions, but it had always been temporary. She didn't want to be Luke's drug, even if he was hers. If Dr. I don't have to admit I have human emotions Jones wanted to psychoanalyze their sex life, then she had only 2 words. Game on. Jessica! Felicity called from the front porch. Jessica held out her hand to block the setting sun. Jones bucked against his leash, going into his spastic mode. New people with high-pitched voices had him going berserk like a dog on speed. Her arm worked best in its socket, so she released the leash about 20 yards from the porch and prayed Felicity was a dog person who didn't mind the occasional tackle and a lick down equivalent to a car wash. Jess? Luke grabbed her arm before she reached the porch. She turned, ripping her arm from his grasp. Asshole? Luke sighed. A look of defeat stole his beautiful features. Please, don't. Don't what? Don't do this in front of my parents. Why can't we just be ourselves with your parents, huh? Why do we always need a plan or script? We don't. I'm just saying. Good. Jessica turned and marched to the porch. Hi, Felicity. They embraced. Hi, honey. How's my boy treating you? He's whining about not getting enough sex, and he's jerking around my emotions for his car. But other than that, I can't complain. Oh, for God's sake, Luke mumbled, taking the last step to the porch. Felicity released Jessica, then gave Luke a firm, motherly glare. Sounds like his dad. When Tom had that car, he never let me drive it. Not once. And don't even get me started on the whole sex deprivation speech. My overeducated son should know better than to bring a bitter woman to spend the weekend with his mom. Tom pushed open the screen door. Felicity turned, lifting onto her toes to give Tom a quick kiss. You know I'm a peacemaker. He hugged her. Except when you're stirring the pot. Tom smacked her ass. Luke rolled his eyes, proving even grown children get embarrassed with their parents' PDA. We have 2 other couples staying this weekend, so I have you both in the purple room. That is, if you're still okay sleeping in the same bed. We're fine, Mom. Luke slung both bags over his shoulder and grabbed Jessica's hand, dragging her toward the stairs. Dinner's in an hour, lovebirds. So get your kissing and making up done before then. Tom will take Jones for a walk. Jessica squeezed Luke's hand so hard he grunted by the time they reached the purple room. Releasing both her and the bags, he shut the door. The pleading look of a truce or forgiveness he'd given her just moments earlier had been replaced with a look of rage. Other women would have cowered to such an intimidating glare, but not Jessica. It turned her on because, truthfully, she did need sex with Luke. She craved it more than food, and some days more than air. Take off your clothes, now. A smirk played along her lips. She loved it when Luke went all alpha on her. Even she'd been shocked how much she loved submitting to him. Some days it felt like a need, a confirmation that he was the one person she could trust with every part of her being. He promised surrendering to him would give her the greatest sense of control, and he was right, but not on that particular day. When her clothes were nothing more than a pool of cotton on the floor, she stepped toward him, shoving him back on the bed. His eyes grew wide for a second before narrowing into dark pools of blue ink. He started to sit up as she straddled his legs. She shook her head, shoving him back again. You know I love every inch of your hard, lean, muscled flesh. And your mind. God, I love your mind. But you know what I've come to love most about you, Dr. Jones? He swallowed hard as she positioned her knees on either side of his head. Your mouth. Luke dug his fingers into her hips, pulling her down to him. Fuck, she yelled as he parted her with one slow stroke of his tongue. Who was she kidding? It had been too long, and she wasn't going to last long, with his greedy tongue spearing into her, then lapping over her clitoris. The goal was to take what she needed, then leave him. Desperate. Blue-balled. Angry. She was on top in a place of control, yet every ounce of it began to slip. Pinch your nipples, he said, with each word vibrating against her hypersensitive sex that felt seconds from exploding. No, she shook her head. He wasn't in charge, she was. Her terms, her control. It was his lesson, not hers. He turned his head and bit the inside of her leg. Ow! Pinch your fucking nipples. Like a dog chasing a rabbit, all she could think about was the orgasm. It was so close, yet just out of reach. He wasn't going to win, but as a trade for the release she needed so desperately, she cupped her breasts, pinching her nipples. It felt good, but not enough to push her over the edge. Luke. She couldn't remember when his hands left her hips, but it didn't matter. She lowered to his face again, but he just kept kissing and nipping at her inner thigh. Luke. Begging was not part of the plan. He would pay for making her beg, just as soon as he put his mouth back where she needed it. One more slow lick, and she'd be there. Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck. His eyes rolled back in his head. What the? She stilled, staring at him. Luke had the look, made the sound. Jessica looked over her shoulder. You did not! Oh, you bet your sexy ass I did. Now, up you go. He lifted her off him and sat up, wadding the front of his cum-covered shirt before pulling it over his head and tucking himself back into his jeans. I'll grab a clean shirt and give you a few minutes to finish up. He smirked while zipping his jeans. Jessica's urge to make Luke bleed had been in remission until that moment. A broken nose and busted testicle seemed like the most fitting punishment. Oh. He stopped at the door after shrugging on a clean shirt. You have my permission to tell my mom that you're pissed at me because I wouldn't let you ride my face to the finish. Asshole! I adore you too. Luke shut the door. Chapter 21. Night. Lilith respected Jillian's wish to not talk about AJ, yet she knew when he died, she'd know. Even if Lilith and Dodge didn't say anything, Jillian knew Cage or AJ's parents would contact her. Missing two men who were still alive felt like a knife continuing to carve at the empty cavity that once housed her heart. Luke. She imagined him with someone else by then, maybe even in love. He deserved that. The part of her that wanted that for him felt equally loving and masochistic. AJ. No news was good news unless he suffered. Jillian couldn't go there. Radiation, seizures, migraines, memory loss. It was too much, until she received a text that crippled her emotions to the point of questioning her own will to survive. Sarge, fly to Portland and rent a car, then wait for my instructions, but do not come to my parents' house. You look like you've seen a ghost, Jackson said as he climbed the last step, flinging his sweaty towel over his shoulder. Jillian nodded, eyes fixed to her phone. Shit, not another message. She shook her head slowly. Then what? He slipped her phone out from her hand. No. He handed it back to her, then brushed past her to the kitchen. I have to go, she whispered, feeling dazed and maybe a little in shock. No way. Need I remind you what happened the last time you made a trip to the West Coast? He needs me. So do I. Jackson chugged back a glass of water. Then come with me. Jackson shook his head. Because of Ren? Because I have students and a house and a life here now. Because we're not supposed to leave this state without notifying Gail. Because you're in love. No. He glared at her, continuing the adamant shake of his head. I don't blame you for staying for her, but don't blame me for leaving for him. Not the same thing, and you know, you're right. It's not. You've been here with Ren, and I've been a fucking miserable mess for weeks. But you wouldn't know it because I've done what I do best. Ignore the worst goddamn hand of cards anyone has ever been dealt. She sucked in a shaky breath. But I'm tired of missing him and wondering why he's there and I'm here. Jackson sighed. Fine, then call McGraw, and if he approves your little trip, then you have my blessing. I'm going, and you're not going to say anything to McGraw. Jillian said each word with slow precision. You can't do this to me again. Jillian drew her brows together. Again? Claire. Don't, she warned. You told me you were going to San Diego with Claire, and I wasn't supposed to say anything to anyone. That's not what. Jackson rested his hands on his hips and leaned forward. Fair, Is that what you were going to say? Because you're right. It's not fair. It's not fair that you make me feel responsible for everybody's fucking life. It's not fair that I have to keep your secrets and keep you alive. He was right, and every cell in her brain knew it. A downside to being Gillian Knight was the tendency to ignore all reason. She did everything 100% or not at all. AJ was unfinished business. I absolve you of your brotherly duties because I'm going. I have to. Jackson looked at the ceiling. You're so fucking stupid. Passionate. Gillian lived her life with an intensity born of deep passion. Jackson did too. He just refused to see their shared reflection in the mirror. McGraw didn't stop Gillian from making her first trip to Portland. Gillian had no reason to believe he'd stop her from making a second trip. Although Jackson didn't like him, he still referred to McGraw as Gillian's other big brother. She retched a little every time Jackson made the comparison. After landing in Portland, she rented a Jeep and texted AJ. Done. Her nerves were frayed from the opposing friction of fear and anticipation over seeing him. She had no idea why he'd beckoned her and why it seemed to be such a secret. It didn't matter. He was the only one who mattered as she waited in a subway parking lot just 5 miles from his parents' house. Sarge, 1 hour, 2 blocks north. Calm the fuck down, Gillian. She rested her hand over her chest. It's not like you're kidnapping him. It had been too many weeks since she'd seen him. A lifetime ago. Or so it felt after resigning herself to the fact that she would never see him again. She held her breath as a figure moved toward the Jeep, a dark shadow in the night. He opened the door and slid in the gray leather seat. Gillian continued to hold her breath. He didn't even look at her. Go. The profile of the man beside her barely resembled the man she'd been with in Omaha. He'd lost weight, mostly muscle weight, and his cheekbones were more prominent against his slightly sunken eyes. No hair, no eyebrows, no eyelashes. Her gaze lingered on the raised burn mark near his left temple. She clenched her hand to keep from reaching for him. Finally, she exhaled, turning on the headlights and shifting into drive. Where are we going? Anywhere but here. Home? He shook his head. Less than 10 minutes later, he was asleep. She rested her hand on his. He didn't move, so she just drove. By 3 in the morning, Gillian needed sleep. Somewhere in nowhere, Idaho, she pulled into the parking lot of a hotel and paid for a room. AJ still hadn't moved. Gillian found herself brushing her fingers over his wrist, feeling for a pulse. A weak beat, but nonetheless, a beat. AJ? She whispered several times before he stirred to consciousness. Let's go inside. With groggy eyes, he surveyed the area and nodded once. Gillian wrapped his arm around her shoulder, doing her best to steady him enough to make it to the room. He collapsed on the bed, and just like that, he was out again. Gillian swallowed past the lump in her throat as she looked at the shell of a man that she used to know. After pulling off his shoes, she tucked a pillow under his head and tried to move his legs so they both rested on the bed instead of hanging off the edge. Then she sank onto the bed next to his and closed her eyes, hoping when she opened them he'd look different, stronger, more alive. A moaning of a wounded animal woke Gillian several hours later. She shot up, disoriented and panicked until AJ came into sight. He coughed a few times and squinted his eyes open. Water, he said with a raspy voice. Gillian filled a cup in the bathroom and handed it to him as he struggled to a sitting position on the bed. He took it down in 3 large swallows. More. She nodded and refilled his cup. After drinking the second glassful, he let his eyes settle on her for the first time. "You're stunning," he whispered, the dryness in his throat still evident. Luke had told her everything was relative, so although she felt far from stunning, given her present company, she conceded to the stunning compliment. "Thank you. You look like shit." AJ worked hard for a small smile. It was barely detectable, but she saw it. "God, I've missed you." He dropped his head back against the headboard. "Well, I assumed from the nasty burns that they've been frying your brain, but that crazy statement just confirmed it." Another hint of a smile. "Come here." He opened his arms. Jillian stared at him. "Don't act like you're afraid of breaking me. You've already done that. More than once." She wanted, needed, a smart-ass remark to give back to him, but seeing him that way broke something inside of her. So she curled up on his lap and rested her ear against his chest as he wrapped her in his arms. "Jackson's screwing your housekeeper." She batted away a rebel tear. AJ's chest vibrated with a soft chuckle. "Of course he is." "She's beautiful and very nice. I can't believe you didn't snatch her up yourself." He kissed the top of her head, and another tear broke free, but she caught it before it fell to his chest. "I'm not into the pretty, nice girls. I kinda have a thing for evil temptresses who usually have a black eye or busted lip. Flawless beauty is overrated." Jillian smiled, pressing her lips to his sternum. "You just said I'm stunning." "I meant shocking. Your hair is a tangled mess, and you need a shower." "Fuck you." Another kiss on her head. "There's my girl." "At least I have hair." "Low blow." She slid her hand over his crotch. "I don't think you're ready for a low blow. Maybe after I get some food in you." "You're emasculating." "So I've been told." Her fingers drifted down his ribs that had become more prominent than his half-dozen. "Eric James?" "Are you running away?" The already stagnant air in the room thickened in the silence. "I'm taking a break." "A break from what?" AJ rested his cheek on the top of her head and squeezed her so tight she could barely breathe. "Death." Jillian cursed her damn tears. Love hurt so much. "I left a note next to my phone for my family. It said everything there is to say. Then it ended in goodbye." His thumb brushed her cheek, catching a few tears. Tears that belonged to him. Tears of pain. His pain. She couldn't stop drowning in his pain. "When I saw you parked along the side of the road, it was the first real breath I'd taken in over 6 weeks." Every word pulled the knot in her stomach tighter. "Greta had a lascivio party." Jillian loved the way his gentle laugh tickled her cheek. If he could take a break from death, so could she. "I knew you and your brother would rob all innocence from peaceful woods." "We're doing our best." "I've taken you away from Lilith." "Their daughter is coming to stay for a while, maybe until I get home." "So, how long do I have you?" The knot tightened even more. "As long as you need me." AJ needed her. How long he needed her was the question that had a grave answer. Forever. Unfortunately, AJ's forever had a finite number of days compared to most other people. He loved his parents, and even the newfound friendship he'd made with Brooke, an amends of sorts. The only reprieve from thinking non-stop about Jillian came with a weekend visit from Cage. He loved that boy. He loved him so damn much. His parents took him to his doctor appointments, fed him, washed his laundry, and encouraged him in his dark times that had become more frequent as the effects of the radiation began to set in. Yet, he started to resent their presence in his life because it all came at a cost, and Jillian was that cost. "You're not eating enough." She gave him her best evil glare as he poked around at a plate of room service food: grilled salmon, broccoli, and a twice-baked potato. "You only ate a dry piece of toast and a hard-boiled egg for breakfast." "You ordered everything on the menu." Jillian shrugged as she slurped in a long piece of spaghetti. "You were asleep, and I didn't want to wake you to see what you wanted." "I haven't had an appetite worth shit for weeks." Clearly, she gave him the once-over look. "Sorry." He frowned at his barely touched plate of food. "I'm not a great dinner date yet." "No worries." She held up one of the paper napkins. "It's not a real date anyway." AJ shook his head. "You're impossible. I can't believe with all the meals we've shared that none of them have qualified as a date because of the stupid napkin not meeting your standards." "Well, a girl's gotta have standards." "You don't see how ridiculous it is that your napkin standards exceed your dress code standards for getting the mail?" She sucked in the last piece of pasta, then licked her lips. "I'll have you know, I've been wearing more clothes lately to get the mail." "Because it's colder outside, right?" A smirk stole her attempt to come across as a changed woman. "Maybe." AJ went to stand, then grabbed his head, eyes squeezed tight. "You're in pain." "No." His seething response contradicted the no. Jillian rifled through his backpack, the only thing he brought with him. "These?" She held up a prescription bottle. He peeked through his squint. "Yes." She handed him 2 and his water. "You only have 4 left. Maybe you should call your doctor's office and see if they can call in a refill." AJ shook his head, swallowing the last of the water. "Something tells me when a cancer patient goes MIA, doctors don't continue to offer up drugs." "You didn't finish treatment?" 2 weeks left. Close enough." "Jesus! You put in all that time and misery to quit 2 weeks before the finish?" "Finish?" He laughed through the pain. "When they, as you put it, fry my brain, I'm not sure there is a finish." "So now what?" Jillian moved their plates to the tray by the door. "I don't know. What do you think?" Disbelief echoed in her sarcastic laugh. "What do I think? I think I let you go, gave you back to your family so they could be with you for as long as you had left. I think my whole fucking life has been an epic tale of bad timing." Plunking down on the bed, she sighed. "I'm not going to lie. I wanted to use you. You triggered something in me, and I couldn't think about anything else. I wanted to make you bleed and suffer. The need to conquer you consumed me. There was something so cathartic about the fight for control. But," Jillian shook her head, "but I'm not a monster anymore, even though I've done some things in my life that are unforgivable. I have this human side that still feels, and most of the time, I hate those feelings that make me so vulnerable." Luke would have been proud of those words, and the realization kept her talking. "When we met, I saw someone in you, someone I hated, someone she murdered. But then I saw someone else, and everything changed." AJ held out his hand, and Jillian took it, straddling his lap. "Who did you see?" Brushing the pad of her thumb over his naked brow, followed by the burn marks on his head, she shared a sad smile. "Me. Beneath your hardened exterior and need for self-preservation, I saw a painful vulnerability, one that you would never show. Some days when I look at you, it feels like I'm seeing my reflection." Chapter 22. Jackson may have missed his calling. Playing music required one special gift. Writing it encompassed a whole new level of talent. Of course, he could do both and made it look effortless. Playing meant he was in a jovial mood. Composing happened only when he needed to completely forget about life. Ren showed up unannounced on that particular forget about life day. A knock at the door. Another knock. The chime of the doorbell. Jackson played several measures, erased a few notes, added a sharp, and played it again. A few more loud raps at the door. Hello? Ren cracked open the door with hesitation. Jackson gritted his teeth. Something was off. Maybe just one note, but that one wrong note ruined the whole piece. Hey! He looked up with a slight squint. Ren stopped in her approach. I knocked and rang the doorbell. Jackson nodded once, pushing his taped glasses up his nose. I missed you yesterday. Tuesday. Jackson chose not to be there when she cleaned their house. The women in his life had been playing him, using him. It was karma, he couldn't deny it, but that didn't mean he would continue to take it up the backside. Jackson wasn't Jude, but the same blood coursed through his veins, and nobody, especially not a woman, could jerk him around like a toy, to be played with then discarded on a whim. I didn't want to distract you. He looked back down at his composition book, changing a chord, possibly the offending one. You wouldn't have. Or maybe you would have, but only because I may have wanted you to. Keeping his eyes trained on the music, he chuckled a soft breath of sarcasm. Well, by all means, whatever you want is all that fucking matters. She drew in a breath and held it for a few seconds. Have I done something wrong? Wrong. No, that couldn't possibly be. You're a woman, and women can do no wrong. Isn't that correct? Maybe I'll just go, she said with a small voice, backing up one slow step at a time. Sounds like the best idea I've heard all day. Why are you being such an asshole all of a sudden? Asshole? Jackson stood, sending the bench crashing behind him. You think I'm being an asshole? He stalked toward her. Ren took another step back. I'm not being an asshole. The booming rage in his voice made her flinch. With her next step back, she tripped over the leg of the chair, falling backwards. Don't hit me! Please don't! She curled into a ball, covering her head with her arms. The entire world gave out beneath him. Ren on his floor, helpless and shaking, fearing him. Nothing had ever felt so gutting. Fuck, Ren. He bent down. No! She tensed, her whole body tightening into a smaller ball as a sob escaped. It's okay. He hooked her waist with one arm. She screamed and flailed as he picked her up, trapping her arms with his as he sat on the couch. Let me go! Shh! I'm not going to hurt you. Eventually she surrendered, falling limp in his arms with her face buried in his chest. You're right. I'm an asshole. Such a fucking asshole, he whispered in her ear. But I swear to God, I'd never hurt you. His sister was a caged animal with sensitive trigger points. Jackson should have known that a woman who survived an abusive marriage would have her own triggers and breaking points. Asshole. Total asshole. He held her tight, gliding a calming hand over her hair while whispering sorry to her over and over. After she stopped shaking, he cupped her red, tear-stained face and tilted it up to him. I am so fucking sorry. Ren sniffled, rolling her lips together. I'm so embarrassed. She tried to shake her head in his grasp. I can't believe I reacted like that. I guess, I don't know. I tripped so many times trying to get away from Preston, and when I was on the ground, Huge tears rolled down her cheeks as she bit her quivering lip. He hit you? She nodded. He kicked you? Another nod. Jackson's brow tensed. No one is ever going to make you feel that vulnerable again. I promise. Brushing his lips against hers, he waited for her to respond. After a few seconds, she kissed him. Slow at first, then desperate, as her hands clawed his shirt as if she couldn't get close enough. He pulled back, leaving them both breathless. Come on, your training starts now. I don't think Jillian and I are the same size, Ren said from the top of the stairs. Close enough. Come down here. Ren tugged at the borrowed exercise shorts that barely, and maybe didn't quite, cover her ass. The sports bra proved to be a bit more flattering than her compression ones, but her abs were sad. So very sad. Maybe we should do this tomorrow. I'll wear some yoga pants and a tank top. Get your ass down here. On a deep sigh, she descended the stairs. As if the outfit wasn't embarrassing enough, she couldn't stop having flashbacks of her extreme reaction to Jackson's temper. She knew he wouldn't hurt her, but when she fell, it triggered something so instinctual. Preston's voice echoed in her ears. His fist cracked against her cheekbone, and the toe to his shoe sent a piercing pain to her ribs. It had been years since a flashback felt so real and crippling. You're so much sexier than you think you are. I'm sorry. She wrung her hands together behind her back. Never apologize for being sexy. Her lip curled as a warm blush crept up her neck. About how I reacted earlier. I'm so embarrassed. I acted like a complete psychotic freak. It was all on me. He grabbed her hand and jerked her into his chest. And trust me, you are not a psychotic freak. I can guarantee Jillian has that title. Jillian? Really? Jackson nodded. The intensity in his expression radiated an unspoken pain. It's completely justified. She hasn't always been this way. There are just some things in life that can only be erased by death. I don't want her to die, so I've accepted the crazy. I love the way you love her. He nodded with a thoughtful pull to his brow. Ren imagined being loved by Jackson would be an extraordinary gift. Let's do this, hot pants. She rolled her eyes. Would he ever let her live down the panties in the fridge incident? They started small. Jackson reinforced some things she'd already learned about preventing confrontation. Then he showed her some basic moves to strike the most effective body parts. Eyes, nose, ears, neck, groin, knee, and legs. You're exerting too much energy with weak attempts, he said. She was already gasping for air and had yet to land a single strike. It's hit or be hit. You may only have one chance, so make it count. Got it? Ren nodded. But I don't really want to hurt you. If you can't make me bleed, knock the wind out of me, or make me buckle over in pain, then you're always going to be an easy target. She kicked at his knee with the pressure of shoving open the back door to bring in the groceries. No. Her heart pounded. The conserving energy thing wasn't going so well. She went for his other knee. He easily avoided her strike. You're telling me with your eyes exactly what you're going to do. She met his eyes, then squinted. He pissed her off with his arrogance. Smack. Oh, shit! I am so sorry. He blotted the slow drip of blood from his nose with a smirk on his face. Better. Much better. But you're bleeding. Her face morphed into a tight wince. By choice. He grabbed a towel and pressed it to his nose. You let me do that on purpose? Jackson chuckled. It's your first day. I'm not going to lie and give you false confidence, so yes, I let you make me bleed. We both needed to know that you could put some power behind your punch. You played me. Another chuckle rumbled from his chest as he tossed the towel aside. I'm getting mixed signals. Are you upset because you made me bleed, or that I let you make me bleed? Her jaw unhinged, then closed, but nothing came out. Why was she upset? Plopping down on the mat, she crisscrossed her legs and focused on catching her breath. You were mad at me when I showed up. Why? Looking to the ceiling, he drained a bottled water, then licked a drip from his lip as his gaze locked with hers. Jillian went to Portland for AJ. It's kind of complicated, but it wasn't the safest decision. I told her not to go, but she did anyway. It's impossible to protect someone you love when they put themselves at risk halfway across the country. What's so dangerous about going to Portland? Jackson chewed the inside of his lip, focusing on her with a thoughtful stare. Earthquakes, volcanoes. Yeah, sure. I'm not buying that, but it still doesn't explain why you were so mad at me. Jackson lifted his arms and pressed his palms to the side of his head while shaking it. A low grumble accompanied his frustration. The last time they were together, the sex was good. Good? No. They'd had exceptional sex. She hadn't inspected the condom, but it seemed as though he came. If not, his acting skills were quite good. Ren didn't care for that scenario. A guy faking it? For some reason, that seemed so wrong. Sexist? Maybe. How do I explain this without sounding like, He scrubbed his hands over his face, mumbling beneath them. A girl. That brought a curious smile to her face. A girl? Yes. His hands dropped to his sides as he leveled her with his gaze. Random sex. The guy thing. I was good at it. Really good at it. Those were not inspiring words. I never gave women a chance to be clingy or needy, or even the opportunity to fall asleep next to me. Jackson Knight had been a man-whore. Ren sort of knew that, but she sure didn't appreciate the reminders. I avoided biological clocks, second dates, family dinners, holding hands, and often names weren't even exchanged. He nodded. I know. I was a real prick. But I'm not now, or at least I don't want to be. So, when you kicked me out the other night, it pissed me off. I don't get tossed to the curb like a rejected teddy bear. So when you did it, I realized how much of a clingy female I'd become. I found myself being the one who wanted to stay just to see your face in the morning. But you, well, you were me, or the old me, the hump 'em and dump 'em person. Anyway, I was mad about Jillian for leaving, rejecting my protection, and I decided to have some menstrual cycle pity party like a fucking pussy, and the anger you saw was really at myself. I was just deflecting it at you, and I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. Her eyes grew with each point he tried to make, like air being pumped into her head, leaving it ready to explode. I'm not even sure where to begin. First, I did not kick you out or hump you and dump you. As I recall, you left. 2 seconds after I got you off with my fingers shoved in your pussy and your nipple between my teeth, you said, So, I'll see you Tuesday. So yeah, I'm not an idiot. You dismissed me. Everything in Ren's head spun, making her dizzy because nothing made sense. Pussy? Did couples really use that term with each other? She tested it out in her mind. 2 fingers shoved in your pussy versus 2 fingers shoved in your vagina. It could go either way. Would you look in the mirror? I'm sure it sounds like I'm beating this horse to death, but you are a god. In 10 years, you are still going to look like a god because men like you only get better with age. I, however, will look 50. Wrinkles, bags under my eyes, all of my skin suffering from loss of elasticity. I want you to be 40 and me to be 30, but it can't be that way. 30 for me consisted of supervising slumber parties and shopping for training bras. Oh, and trying not to upset my husband, who fucked every woman except me, then beat the shit out of me for not working hard enough to keep him interested in me. With a deep sigh, the kind that came after releasing a lifetime of guilt, Ren pulled her brows together. I try to eat well. I exercise regularly, and my bathroom vanity is covered in bottles of creams and lotions that have promised me the fountain of youth but have yet to deliver. I love whatever this is we've been doing. It's been such a vacation from reality. When I'm with you, it's just indescribable. Our flirty banter, our pretend wedding with a Vera Wang dress and Ed Sheeran, and the things you say to me make me feel sexy and desirable in a way I never imagined possible. It's... She shook her head. I agree. He stood, easing toward her with a caution he lacked when she arrived. Except for one thing. You agree? Ren looked up as he laced his fingers through her hair, cupping her face. Yes, you do eat well and exercise, and I've seen your bathroom counter. All those stupid creams are a waste of money, because you can't improve on beauty like yours. The banter, our wedding, the things I say to you, the way I look at you, how fucking hard I get every time I touch you. It's not pretend. It's not a game. It is reality. Okay, hot pants? Ren rebounded from her dump of insecurities and giggled instead. I'm never wearing underwear around you again. Jackson quirked a brow. That sounds like a tasty idea. The hot flush of embarrassment she felt could have melted Saturn. Sure, she was 40, but did that have to mean she was a prude? The woman behind the red face had led a sexually sheltered life, coming from the school of boys having penises and girls having vaginas. I can't believe you just said that. She averted her gaze to the side, even with his hands holding her face so close to his. I'm just being honest. I find myself constantly craving your pussy. Oh my God! Stop saying that! Wriggling out of his grasp, she fisted his shirt and buried her face in his chest. Jackson kissed the top of her head as he chuckled. What do you want me to say? I like licking... Stop! Another devious chuckle. Or eating... No, no, no! Do you prefer cunt to vagina? It's a vagina, okay? She stopped short of also emphasizing that it's not a meal or a snack, although denying how much she enjoyed his tongue exploring her vagina would have been a lie. Jackson's chuckle escalated into a full, roaring laugh. You want me to call your pussy a vagina? You think that's sexy? Ren smiled, face still buried in his shirt. I don't want you to call it anything. Please, just let me die. Chapter 23. Day. Jessica had balls that were arguably bigger than most men's. However, they failed to meet the size requirement for sharing with his parents, the riding Luke's face just shy of an orgasm incident. He played her, used her for his own pleasure, then tossed her aside to prove a point. He was a worthy adversary. Hope you like fajitas, Jessica. I'm in the mood for margaritas and guacamole tonight, Felicity said while filling the glasses, complete with sugar and salt rim garnish. I love Mexican. Luke handed her a glass. The shit-eating grin needed to be wiped off the smug bastard's face. Did you get everything finished up? Evil coursed through her veins as she cocked her head to the side while accepting the drink. Did Luke tell you about Fran? Felicity and Tom jerked their heads in Luke's direction. The easy mood vanished, leaving an eerie silence and tension so tight, it felt as if the floor could crack open and swallow them whole. Jessica thought she'd seen every one of Luke's facial expressions. She was wrong. There wasn't a hint of adoration left. The icy look he gave her left her heart pounding in her throat. So, you two have discussed Fran? Felicity asked. Each word sounded cautious, as if she, too, could feel the dangerous tension. Luke swallowed, glaring at Jessica. She wanted to take back every word. We discussed how Fran and I met. Oh. Felicity's nervous smile hid something. Jessica didn't know what. We found out last week that Fran needs a heart transplant. Tom and Felicity nodded slowly. Jessica thinks I need to go visit her in Scottsdale. What was going on? The three of them knew something. Something Jessica didn't. The victim-turned-monster had been in some very uncomfortable situations in her life, but nothing quite like that moment. Nobody spoke, yet everyone looked at one person. Jessica. Finally, Tom cleared his throat. Shall we eat? He might as well have said, at ease. Felicity dumped a bag of corn chips into a bowl and handed it and the dish of guacamole to Tom, as though the previous 2 minutes never happened. Except they had happened, and Luke's lingering gaze filled with anger, disappointment, and pain reminded her that she had somehow epically fucked up. Have a seat, Luke said, devoid of all emotion. She sat down. Jones plopped his big body on the floor behind her chair because he was a mama's boy. So, did you get your place sold since moving in with Luke? Felicity asked. I rented. Only wealthy or very old people own property in San Francisco. I anticipated starting work on my sailboat before cooler weather hit, but no, I think it's just going to have to wait until spring. You still in on the project with me? Tom asked. Of course. She glanced at Luke for confirmation that they would still be together in the spring. He gave her nothing. Lake has a boyfriend, and he has family in San Francisco, so I think you'll be seeing your sister a lot more. Luke nodded, dipping the same chip into the guacamole over and over, without ever taking a bite. What are your plans for the holidays? Luke stayed in his zombie zone as if no one else at the table existed. Jessica smiled at Tom. My parents have invited us to their house for Thanksgiving, but we haven't really committed to anything yet. Tom nodded, much like his son. She questioned if he even registered her answer to his question. Of course, my other boyfriend invited me for a sex-filled weekend on his private island off the coast of Italy. All three nodded. Damn it, Jones! Jessica stood, resting her palms on the table. 3 heads jerked up and the dog scampered off to the living room, certain he was in trouble. Old habit. Luke may have bought her a dog and named him Jones, but when she was pissed, Luke's name was still Jones. Actually, first name Dammit, last name Jones. I didn't want to have it out right here in front of your parents, but it would seem they know more than I do, so maybe this needs to be a group conversation. You know damn well that I, more than anyone else, believe the past should stay buried with the dead, but yours is not. So out with it. Francesca, I want every little detail. Tom and Felicity frowned at Luke with pain in their eyes. Jessica, sweetie, he might not be ready to talk about this, Felicity said. Is that right, Luke? Because you said I could ask you anything, and now I want everything. Maybe we should give you two some privacy. Sit down. Tom and Felicity didn't move. Jessica could be cutthroat, literally. I'd been drinking Heineken with my college roommate, Levi. Luke spoke in a grave tone. We'd both had at least 4 or 5 too many. He told me about his friend back home, who was screwing his roommate's fiancée. He asked my advice. Asked me what his friend should do if the roommate found out they were screwing around behind his back. I couldn't even think that night. I was completely wasted. So I laughed and said that he should put a bullet through both of their heads. His parents watched him. Pain. The pain was palpable, and she still didn't know why. A week later, I found Levi in the shower, with blood and bits of his brain scattered on the wall. A gun next to his limp hand. In the note on the counter, he said he wasn't worth going to jail over, so he saved me a life sentence. And he chose the shower to keep the mess contained because of my obsession with cleanliness. Then he asked me to forgive Fran and raise his kid as my own. Tom wrapped his arm around Felicity as silent sobs shook her body. But Luke, he said every word without an ounce of emotion. Eyes locked to Jessica's the whole time. Fran had his baby? Jessica whispered. Luke shook his head. Nope. Well, he positioned his newly purchased .45 at his temple. Fran was off having an abortion, and then she planned on ending it with him because she still wanted to marry me. I've always wondered whose heart stopped first, his or his baby's. He blinked slowly several times. I think you can guess why Fran and I didn't work out. We both had blood on our hands. Luke, Jessica said, but no other words came out. Anyway, I started college majoring in business. After my first year, I switched to pre-med, inspired by my work as a firefighter. Psychiatry has been my own personal quest to figure out why, even in my plastered state, I thought death was a fair payback for cheating. And even more than that, what makes a person give up absolutely everything because he broke some sort of bro code? He stood, and before completely unfolding himself from the chair, he kissed Jessica on the cheek. That's everything, my love, he whispered over her skin before he turned and walked out of the dining room. The slam of the front door felt like a book closing at the end of the final chapter. Luke made his peace with Francesca after Levi's funeral. It wasn't pretty, but it was final. Even though he doesn't blame her, she's been dead to him for years. If she dies, maybe he'll feel some sort of peace that Levi's been reunited with the woman he loved and the mother of his child. But Luke doesn't need to see her. Jessica heard every word Felicity said, but she couldn't determine if they were words of wisdom or those of a mother trying to protect her child from any more pain. Luke stood at the end of the dock, squinting against the cool, numbing breeze as the sun set behind a scattering of clouds, suspended in the orangish-purple sky. He missed Levi every damn day. New bro code. Save the bro. Kill the hoe. Levi would have laughed at that. He had the best sense of humor. The guy actually giggled like a girl. Luke gave him shit about it, but secretly he loved watching Levi laugh. At the same time, he was a total idiot, missing half of his classes to watch The Simpsons and lift weights. Levi looked like an Iron Man. He claimed muscles and an accent was all it took to get the ladies. Fran certainly helped prove his point. That blood on your hands? Luke sucked in a quick breath as Jessica's voice drew near. It never disappears. At best, you might be like me and find someone who loves you so completely that they see past that blood to the naked, untainted flesh beneath it. She wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against his back. He squeezed her hands. I figured you'd be like everyone else and try to convince me that I'm not responsible for Levi's death. I suppose I should, but we both know I'm not like everyone else. Amen to that. He turned, holding her like the lifeline she was, while releasing a long breath. Why didn't you just tell me all of that a long time ago? I would have, had our relationship not started out as doctor-patient. You were my focus, and I needed you to trust and respect me enough to let me help you. I felt like sharing the weakest moment, the darkest time of my life, would lessen my credibility as a psychiatrist. But you told me to ask you anything. I did. Why? Because you trusting me as the man who adores you beyond words has become more important to me than your opinion of Dr. Jones. I think you overestimated my opinion of Dr. Jones. I think you eat men's egos for breakfast. Jessica smiled, looking up at him for a few seconds before it reversed into a frown. I was rude to your parents. I think I need to apologize. We were all rude to you. She took his hand, pulling him toward the house. I hadn't noticed. Of course not. You were too busy planning your holiday getaway with your lover on his private island. She whipped around. So you were paying attention. I'm always paying attention, but only half of the things you say to me deserve a response. He jerked his hand from hers, then gave her a playful body check. She stumbled a few steps to the side. First one to the house gets to swim naked in the lake tonight, he said, sprinting to the house. Damn it, Jones! You did not just shove me! He'd fallen hard for a fiery little woman, but he knew without looking back, she chased his ass with a huge grin on her face. Even if he didn't die with her, he'd die loving her. Jessica apologized to Felicity and Tom. They both dismissed it, insisting they were the ones who needed to apologize. After the truce, they ate lukewarm fajitas and finished the rest of the melted margaritas and browned guacamole. Luke's jumping into the lake naked tonight. I think we all should. Luke choked on the last ounce of his drink while his parents smiled, eyes wide. It was a joke. He cleared his throat. I'm in. Felicity looked at Tom. He winked at her, white teeth peeking through his boyish smile. Jessica hoped decades and a slew of kids later that Luke would still look at her that way. Great! We're going to need blankets, a roaring fire in the back fire pit, and more alcohol. Jessica stood with a slight wobble to her tequila legs. I'll get the blankets and alcohol. Felicity eased out of her chair with Tom holding her steady at the hips. Luke and I will start the fire. No. No, no, no. Luke shook his head. Did you not hear me? It was a joke. There will be no jumping in the freezing lake naked. I am not. I refuse to get naked with my girlfriend and my parents. God, just no. Come on, son, live a little. Luke glared at Tom. As a doctor, I should warn you of the dangers. You could go into cardiac arrest or... Tom laughed. I hate to disappoint you, but this isn't my first skinny dip in the lake. Not even my first this week. He swatted Felicity on the ass. She blew him a kiss over her shoulder. Luke remained glued to his chair at the table with his face buried in his hands. Oh my God! Jessica giggled in Luke's ear. I love your parents so much. Luke looked up with a wrinkled, pleading look etched on his face. Do you two jump in the lake naked with any of my siblings? Felicity tucked a six-pack of beer between the pile of blankets. No, but only because they've never suggested it. He glared at Jessica. This is happening. It was your idea. Don't make promises you can't keep. Now, up. She tugged his arm until he lumbered to standing. Surrounded by the chirping and rustling creatures of the night, they made their way down the hill to the fire pit Tom stoked to life with more kindling. Who's going in first? Felicity taunted her son with a sly grin. It should be Luke, but the stick in the mud is always the last one to join the party, so... Jessica shimmied out of her jeans. Jess, don't. Please. Sorry, she giggled. I lost all inhibition 3 drinks ago, Jonesy. Top, bra, panties. Carpe diem. The air was cool in the lower 50s. The water, Arctic. Rising to the surface, she gasped, only to be greeted by Tom and Felicity mid-air holding hands. Boobs, balls, and bare booties. Ah! A creature from the deep attacked her. Oh my God, Luke! She wrapped her arms around his neck. I didn't see you jump in. His bluish lips sucked on hers until their teeth chattered against each other. Fucking cold. Luke grinned, his whole body shivering. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, out! Felicity yelled as she and Tom raced to the ladder on the dock. Tom showed no signs of aging as he leapt up the ladder and helped Felicity out. Jessica and Luke quickly followed, all 4 staggering in a shivering race to the fire and blankets. Here! Felicity tossed Luke and Jessica a huge blanket. Whoa! She and Tom wrapped up together in the other blanket, plunking down in a chair by the fire. As their bodies regained a bit of feeling, dodging hypothermia by mere seconds, Jessica started giggling. We're completely naked, wrapped in a blanket together 4 feet from your parents who are also naked, wrapped in a blanket together. Tom and Felicity shared her humor with big smiles, while Luke rolled his eyes. My parents are pretty cool, but they would never do what we just did. Hear that, Luke? Jessica thinks we're cool. Tom smirked. Yeah, Dad. Jumping in balls first, practically 2 feet from my girlfriend's face. That's real cool. The cackling around the fire pit grew with each new remark. Everyone had their own assessment of the 60 seconds of complete insanity. It may have been the cold water, the crisp fall air, the flicker of the flames, or the amazing company. But Jessica felt so alive. A weird feeling enveloped her for that small moment in time. Normalcy. I love your son, Jessica said with a soft voice. 3 sets of eyes fell onto her as the only sound that remained was the flames whispering into the night. Luke hugged her tighter to his naked body. It wasn't sexual. It was natural. Destined. perfect. He saved me from a dark place. He proved I'm worthy of love, physical touch, endearing words, and complete adoration. She interlaced her fingers with his over her belly. My best friend and I were kidnapped before our senior year in high school. Jess, Luke whispered. She shook her head. A quivering smile tugged at her lips. It's okay. Her hands squeezed his. I'm better now. I'm better because of you. He leaned forward and kissed her neck. Claire, my friend, she died. My innocence died that day, too. To say I've had trust issues would be a monumental understatement. I've done some things that are truly unforgivable, even unimaginable. But your son never wavered, not even a blink. Luke's never looked at me as broken, even though I am. He's just loved all my pieces, even the ones that have made him bleed. His parents had no reason to take her words literally, and that was fine. They didn't need all the details. Her confession of where she'd been and how far she'd come segued to the most sincere thank you ever. I know he doesn't live in the 10-mile Jones radius with his own bed and breakfast. But thank you for letting him find his way in life. Thank you for letting him find his way to me. The dam broke. Felicity didn't even try to wipe her tears. She just let them stream down her face. Fate. It was a mysterious concept, an unknown destination, and often a heartbreaking journey. For the first time since Claire died, Jessica saw a glimpse of light beyond the cold, eternal darkness. She hoped it was a new day, the dawn of forever. Chapter 24. Night. Jillian and AJ headed south, running from the colder weather while keeping a good state or two between them and the West Coast. AJ's body gained some strength, rebounding a bit since the radiation treatment. With that extra boost of strength came pain. Debilitating, death would be a sweet relief type of pain. 48 hours after the last pain pills were taken, Jillian thought she would have to physically put him out of his misery for good. But she couldn't. Not to AJ. I'll be right back, she whispered to AJ, as he thrashed in bed, releasing painful moans and grunts that broke Jillian. Someone who was nearly impossible to break. Grabbing her phone, she stepped out of their hotel room into the hallway. If someone has a gun to your head, it serves you right for being so fucking far away from where I planted your ass. I'm sure you wish someone had a gun to my head, McGraw, but that's not why I'm calling. I need a favor. Sorry, sweetheart. I'm all out of favors. I'm sending you a photo of the label from a bottle of pain pills. I need refills. Unlimited refills at the nearest pharmacy. I'm not a doctor. You have the power to make the fucking sun stop shining. Pills. Lots of them. Now. I don't like how you talk to me. I didn't like how you fucked me. The line went silent, but she knew he was still there. You're wasting your time. Just put your highly decorated sergeant out of his misery. Time is all I have these days, and you know that, asshole. There's a Walgreens on the corner. 15 minutes. Jillian pressed end. As she opened the hotel room door, she heard a clattering of glass. What are you doing? AJ twisted the cap off a bottle from the minibar refrigerator and gulped it down, then reached for another. Stop! She grabbed it from him and shoved the rest of the bottles back in the refrigerator, then slammed the door shut. 20 minutes. Give me 20 minutes and I'll have some more pain meds for you, okay? AJ sat back on the edge of the bed and pressed the palms of his hands into his eyes. Fuck! Her heart felt like it could explode into tiny pieces from witnessing him in so much pain. 20 minutes. Stay out of the minibar. She grabbed her purse and phone, then raced out the door. When she returned, AJ looked up at her from the bed, shaking and sweating. Here. She helped him sit up and handed him 2 pills and a glass of water. How did you get these? You don't want to know. AJ nodded and swallowed the pills. Maybe I should take you back. The bloodshot glare from his tired eyes gave her real physical pain. She stared at the bottle of pills, contemplating how much longer she could go before needing to pop a few too. If you want to take me back, he grimaced. I understand. I know I'm asking for a lot. But if you're asking if I want to go back, the answer is no. She gently pushed him back onto the pillow and crawled up beside him, resting her head on his arm, her hand over his heart. Then we keep going. Where they were going, she didn't know. If you need to get back home. Nope, I'm yours. She stayed by his side as he rolled and turned, flinched and shook with torment until the pain medication took hold and pulled him under. After sliding out of bed, she grabbed her phone and settled into the other bed. Jillian. You awake? Jackson. Am now. Jillian. Sorry. Just wanted to let you know I'm okay. Jackson. Where are you? Jillian. Utah. Jackson. WTF? Jillian. AJ wanted to leave, but he doesn't want to go back to Omaha. Jackson. He's running. She smiled. Jillian. He's living. Jackson. He's dying. Jillian. Aren't we all? I need an escape, just while he sleeps. Make me LOL. Jackson. I've got nothing. Jillian. BS. You always have something, Mr. Snuffleupagus. Jackson. Ren hits like a girl. Jillian. I'll remedy that when I get home. Not funny, though. Try again. Jackson. She doesn't like pussy or cunt. Jillian. I'm LOL, but I don't know why. Are you telling me she's not a lesbian? Jackson. She doesn't like the terms. Vagina. Just vagina. Jillian. Sounds like a boner killer or erection killer. Jackson. You'd think, but my penis still likes her vagina. Jillian. The fun buzz is wearing off. Enough about you and Ren's genitals. Jackson. Love you. Pissed as fuck that you left, but I still love you. Jillian. Told you to make me LOL, not cry. Love you too. Talk to you later. Pussy, she whispered to herself with a big smile. You're staring, AJ said with his eyes still closed. Just making sure you're still alive. Is that kind of gruesome? She picked at the frayed knee of her jeans while sitting cross-legged on the bed beside him. He peeked open one eye. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. Do you think there's a manhunt for you? You make me sound like a criminal. You did escape. He pushed himself into a sitting position with a grimace and a low groan. I did. Out the front door. True. So, are you hungry? Not really, but I'm guessing you're going to make me eat. Jillian leaned forward and kissed the corner of his mouth. Yep. She popped the pea. Continental breakfast near the lobby. Maybe they'll have cloth napkins and it can be our first official date. You and your cloth napkins. I don't get it. You really don't think we've had an official date because we haven't had cloth napkins? How many times do I have to tell you? A girl's gotta have standards. He eased out of bed wearing only half a grimace. It was progress. After a shower and packing up their minimal belongings, They ate breakfast sans cloth napkins and continued southeast, taking the byways through southeastern Utah into southwestern Colorado. Let's stop here. A brewery? Food and beer? No beer for you. You have drugs. I'm actually feeling a little better today. Jillian wrapped her arm around his waist as they walked through the deserted parking lot for a late afternoon lunch. I noticed. You've been eyeing my boobs all day. Because you're not wearing a bra. The shirt has a built-in shelf bra. I see your nipples. She laughed. It's a little chilly today. What are you going to get? Bacon cheeseburger? Steak and fries? Probably just a salad. Fuck the salad. You need some meat and potatoes. AJ opened the door for her. Maybe they have a good tofurkey dog. Ooh, wouldn't that be grand? The waitress sat them near a large wall of windows with a picturesque view of the lush valley sprawling all the way to the majestic Rockies. Jillian ordered for both of them a veggie burger and the house burger, both with fries and 2 beers, after AJ gave her an intense glare when she tried to order him an iced tea. Do you happen to have any cloth napkins? AJ asked when the waitress brought their food. Sorry, sir. She shook her head. Jillian sniggered. Nice try, Sarge. She's not going to get a good tip. Absolutely not. Teach that bitch a lesson for not being more accommodating. Jillian squeezed ketchup and mustard onto her bun. Don't roll your eyes at me. I'm not the one who asked her about the cloth napkins. True, but it wouldn't be an issue if it weren't for you. God, this is to die for. She mumbled over a very unladylike mouthful before catching how inappropriate her words were. Shit. That's not what I meant. I just meant that it's good, or... Stop. AJ trapped her feet between his under the table and leaned forward. If you choose to die for a sandwich, then I'll respect that. He sat back and shrugged. It's not a bad way to go. I'd much prefer it to this cancer shit in my fucking brain. Wiping her mouth with the non-cloth napkin, she grinned. I love you, Eric James. He nodded with an intense look, the kind that made her feel his eyes everywhere, but most especially between her legs. Grasping his sandwich with both hands, he lifted it from the plate. Before taking a bite, he slowly licked the sauce that had squeezed out along the edge. How desperate was she to be envious of a cooked piece of meat? It had been a while since she'd had sex or even brought herself to orgasm. AJ took a big bite, then slowly licked his lips. Thankfully, Marvin Houseby saved the day. Jillian giggled. What's so funny? Jillian felt herself blush, which was a very rare occurrence for her. I was getting... She looked around the restaurant. Turned on by you looking at me and then your tongue lapping along your sandwich. Her laughter turned into an actual snort as she lost control of the moment. But then it reminded me of Marvin Houseby. Marvin? She nodded. Greta told me he masturbates to the pictures on the value pack coupons like the girls on the Hardee's ads. AJ cleared his throat, blotting his napkin against his mouth to hide his own humor. You look like one of those girls on the Hardee's commercial, and I looked at you like Marvin Houseby and Burger Babes. You think I look like a girl? No, just the way you were tonguing your sandwich. I wasn't tonguing my sandwich. The growly beast that sat across from her brought such life to an otherwise barren existence. The uniqueness of their love could never be compared to anything else. Luke had the best of her, and she didn't want it back. Not ever. But AJ filled her lungs with life after death. He gave her so much hope that there was, in fact, light beyond the darkness. What's the first thing you remember? About what? He dipped a French fry in ketchup. Your life. All she wanted to do was crawl inside his head as he looked out the window past the mountains to many years ago. Just a glimpse, that's all she needed. A small piece of his innocence. I'm not sure. I think it's the first time my mom took me camping. My father had been deployed for almost a year, and so we went camping with my aunt, uncle, and my 2 cousins in Northern California. He smiled at the window. For a small moment in time, he wasn't fighting the cancer or PTSD. It was just a boy, and a memory so special, he kept it safe for over 40 years. It was in the fall like now, and cold, as in freeze your ass off cold. I must have been 3 or 4. We huddled around the smallest fire ever. If any of us breathed too hard, it nearly snuffed it out. My mom made s'mores, except she'd forgotten the graham crackers, so we just sandwiched burnt marshmallows between 2 pieces of milk chocolate. I went to bed with sticky hands, but my mom didn't care. She still zipped me up in her mummy bag, with her to keep me warm. When we arrived home, my dad was waiting on the front porch. Jessica, knew how it felt to not know if or when her father would come home. Every time he walked through the door felt like Christmas. They finished eating, letting his childhood memory linger in the air around them, like a delicate bubble that neither wanted to pop. Eventually, their waitress popped it for them. "Can I interest either of you in dessert?" They both shook their heads, so she handed AJ the bill. "Your daughter has your smile." AJ shot a lethal scowl at the back of her head as she continued on to another table. "Lunch is on me, Big Daddy." Jillian grabbed the bill. No tip. Not 1 penny. A private call to an unreceptive and pissed-off McGraw, and 30 minutes later, they were pulling into a parking lot of a sporting goods store. "Did you forget your yoga mat?" "Funny, Big Daddy, but you know I don't do yoga." "If you call me that one more time, make it good, really good, maybe even a little sexually deviant." AJ glared at her as she killed the engine. Big Daddy's eyes slipped to her boobs again. "Wait here." "Why?" "It's a surprise." After blowing him a quick kiss, she shut the door and jogged to the entrance. Less than 10 minutes later, she and 2 employees pushed out carts overflowing with gear. "What's all this?" AJ asked, stepping out of the Jeep as Jillian opened the back and loaded everything with the help of the store employees. "I'm taking you camping." "You're serious?" She nodded her head, signaling for him to get back in the Jeep as she climbed into the driver's seat. "How did you get all that stuff in such a short amount of time?" "I offered to screw anyone who gathered my list in under 5 minutes. As you probably noticed, it took closer to 10, so I'm off the hook." AJ frowned. "I'm joking." She squeezed his leg. "I know a guy." "A guy?" "Yes." "By any chance, is he the same guy who's responsible for the pain medication?" "Yes." "A doctor?" "Satan." "You sold your soul to the devil for me?" With a slight head cock, she stared at the road, thinking about that assessment. "No, I'd say the devil sold his soul to me." Jillian felt AJ's gaze on her, but she kept her eyes trained ahead, to the future, a million miles away from her past. "Grocery store?" "Of course, but you can come in this time. We need grub for a few days." Ice for the cooler and 4 bags of groceries later, they were on their way again. AJ started to drift to sleep just as they pulled into the parking area of a primitive campsite. "Looks like we're the only ones here." Jillian smiled at AJ as she got out. "I'll set everything up. You just rest." "I'm not sitting on my ass while you set everything up." He climbed out with slow, stiff movements. "You should take a few pain pills anyway, so they've kicked in by the time we get the tent set up." "I'm fine." His grumpy reply that she suspected to be a lie gained him an exaggerated eye roll straight to his face. "Fine." They set up the tent, an 8-person castle that allowed AJ to fully stand at the tallest part in the middle. "S'mores?" Jillian called from outside the tent. AJ grinned as he stepped out, seeing her roasting 4 marshmallows to a toasted brown perfection over the low flame of their little camping stove. She had graham crackers and chocolate squares waiting on their plates. Pride beamed from her whole face as she pressed everything together and handed him his plate. "And I thought you couldn't cook." AJ shoved half of it into his mouth, leaving a mess of chocolate and marshmallows smeared along his lips. "Good?" Jillian chuckled, taking a much smaller bite of hers. "So good." Graham cracker crumbs shot out from his overstuffed mouth. "How can you even taste it with your mouth so jam-packed?" After some lion-sized chews and a few big swallows, he could talk without spitting all over her. "I can't remember the last thing that tasted this good." Every smile felt like the last, like watching the finale to a fireworks display. Jillian captured each one, letting it make a slow burn into her memory. "You're staring. My face is a mess, isn't it?" He brushed his fingers over his lips. Jillian moved over to his lap. "I've met 2-year-olds that eat neater than you." She ran her thumb along his bottom lip, then sucked the tip of her thumb. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her thumb from her lips back to his. "You should take your pills," she whispered, feeling a sudden wave of nerves from the intimacy of his touch. Leaning forward, he rested his forehead on her chest, his hands on her hips. "I'm not ready to stop feeling yet." Drawing in a shaky breath, fighting a lifetime of emotions, she kissed the top of his head, pressing her palms to his cheeks. He looked up at her. "Missing you hurt worse than anything they did to me." Biting her lips together, she shook her head. "Loving you feels like torture." "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm not." She kissed him, welcoming every emotion. The pain, the breath of life, the uncertainty, the fear, the love. So much love. "Eric James, I need us." He carried her into the tent and set her down, kneeling at her feet. Their eyes stayed locked the whole time. Jillian didn't even want to blink, fearing he'd vanish. Life always changed in that one single blink. They undressed each other with a slow reverence, letting every touch, every look, every second, every blink matter. With Luke, every moment felt like the first. With AJ, every moment felt like the last. As AJ moved inside her, she let it be the moment, because it was the only one she had. "Jillian." He kissed her neck, rocking his body against hers with agonizing patience. "Yes," she whispered, feeling as if her body could float away. "From this point forward." He squeezed her breast until she let out a small cry. "Every breath I take belongs to you. Only you." She wrapped her arms around his neck, holding him as close as possible to her. "I hate you. I fucking hate you for leaving me." A strangled sob released into his neck while she continued to find her release. Her entire body wanted to let go of everything except the beautifully broken man in her arms. How was she ever going to let him go? "I hate me too." He fisted her hair with both hands and smashed his lips to hers as he released inside her. Chapter 25. Jackson demolished any time record he had ever set running and then tore through an abs, push-up, and pull-up workout like his whole body defied gravity. Living under the mercy of 2 women, one infuriating, one frustrating, paid a mental toll on his sanity and the only way to keep everything in check was to make his body burn until his mind could no longer conjure a worthwhile thought. Meredith Baker, his 10 o'clock lesson arrived an hour early. Most of his students knew each other or were somehow connected because they'd all been referred to him by word of mouth. Meredith said she couldn't remember who gave her his name, and it didn't matter how they found each other. All that mattered is they were together. "Jackson?" She batted her fake eyelashes. "Mrs. Baker, you're early. Like an hour early." He shoved the last bite of his toast into his mouth as she wormed her way inside without being invited. "Oh, am I?" The large, busted woman ran her fake nails through her wiry black hair and smiled, revealing red lipstick smudged along her slightly crooked white teeth. His lungs begged for air as her toxic perfume diffused into the entryway. "Yes," he coughed. "It's only 9. "Oh, silly me. I still haven't changed all my clocks since the time change." "I see. Well, I haven't finished my breakfast, and I still need to shower, so maybe you could come back." "I don't mind waiting. Just pretend I'm not here." She adjusted her tight top that seemed to be in a wrestling match with her large breasts. Jackson rolled his eyes behind her back, then grabbed his last piece of toast, while she surveyed the room as if she hadn't seen it numerous times before. "It's odd that you don't have any personal pictures on the wall or fireplace mantel, don't you think?" He didn't respond. After all, she said to pretend she wasn't there. "Did you hear me, Jackson?" "I did, but I don't really have an answer for you." "Where's Jillian?" Jackson paused, mid-gulp of his Red Bull. "What did you just say?" "Your sister. I asked where she is." "What does your husband do, Mrs. Baker?" A nervous smile tugged at her thin lips as she ran her fingers over the top of the piano. He died." "Oh, sorry to hear that. When did he die?" Fiddling with her earring, she cleared her throat. 2 years ago. It was a heart attack." "You haven't remarried?" Relief washed over her face when a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Jackson kept his eyes on her until he opened the front door. "Ren." She smiled, but it faded quickly. "Hey, is everything okay? You look..." "Everything's fine," he grinned, hoping she wouldn't see through it. "Come in." "Thanks. I can't stay long. I have an appointment in 45 minutes. Oh!" She stopped. "Sorry. I thought your first lesson was at 10. "Crazy time change." Mrs. Baker offered her hand. "Meredith." Wren nodded, shaking her hand. "Wren." "Student? Friend?" Mrs. Baker questioned. Jackson grabbed Wren's arms and pushed her toward the bedroom. "She's nobody. Have a seat, Mrs. Baker. I'll be right out." Wren jerked out of his grasp the moment he shut his bedroom door behind them. "Nobody?" "Shh." He reached for her, but she stepped back. "Are you screwing her?" She gritted her teeth. "What? No. God, no." Jackson tried to keep his voice low but still get his point across. "Would you just listen?" Wren folded her arms over her chest. "I don't trust Mrs. Baker." "Mrs. Baker?" Jackson rolled his eyes. "Meredith." "I'm not following." It's complicated. But if there's any chance that she's..." He circled his finger in the cuckoo sign. "Then I don't want her anywhere near you or knowing anything about you." "You think she's stalking you?" More like spying, he thought. The incredulity in her voice and expression held plenty of merit. It did sound crazy, but crazy was his life. "At very least, she's been lying to me, and until I figure out why, I can't trust her." "Lying to you about what?" Jackson sighed. He couldn't have that conversation with her, but the way she kept a safe distance from him led him to think he couldn't not have that conversation with her either. A couple weeks ago, she told me about this great restaurant her husband took her to. So? So, today she told me her husband died 2 years ago. Ren shrugged. He probably took her there while he was still alive. Jackson rested his hands on his hips and leaned forward. It was the Mexican restaurant we ate at last week. So, oh, shit. Jackson nodded. That restaurant opened like 2 months ago. Exactly. He gave her a, "See, I'm not paranoid" look. She pursed her lips, brow drawn tight. I have to take a quick shower. He kissed her forehead. Don't stress. I'll handle it. Jackson hurried through his shower, mind reeling with the mystery of Mrs. Baker. What he didn't share with Ren was Mrs. Baker's knowledge of Jillian, specifically her name. It's not that it was a secret, he just instinctually felt protective of her, so when students asked about her, he simply referred to her as a sister, never Jillian. Aren't you worried about her being out there unsupervised, snooping through your personal stuff? Jackson dropped the towel from his waist. Ren's gaze slipped straight to his cock, then it made a lazy ascent back to his face. She blushed a little at the realization that he'd been watching her ogle him. He loved it. Done, hot pants? Shut up. She moved to the window, finding a sudden fascination in the dirty pond out back. Did you hear what I said about her going through your stuff? He pulled on his briefs and his jeans. I did. She's not going to find anything. His phone and computer were in the bedroom. The Knights didn't exist beyond their address and a few online utility bills. There was nothing for Mrs. Baker to find, which made her presence in his life that much more disturbing. I'm always happy to see you, but if you didn't stop by to look at my cock, then to what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? Ren turned as he pulled on his t-shirt. I talked to Maddie last night. I told her about Preston and the abuse. Good for you. How did she take it? Ren frowned. She didn't believe me. Preston beat me to it. Apparently 2 years ago, he told her I went through a mentally unstable time when she was younger. He even told her I tried to commit suicide by overdosing on antidepressants, and when he tried to help me, I accused him of abusing me. He told her it was best to never mention it unless I brought it up to her. Jackson pulled her into his arms. It gets worse. Now that she doesn't have to worry about my reaction, she's giving me this ridiculous ultimatum that I know her father is behind. Which is, she's refusing to see me or talk to me again until I drop the restraining order against Preston. He held her back at arm's length. But you're not going to, right? She shrugged. She's my daughter, my only child. I can't just sever all ties with her. She thinks you're lying about her father. He has her so fucking brainwashed. It won't matter what you do. She'll never believe you. But giving into this is going to put you in danger, and it will be like admitting you were lying or overreacting about the whole situation in the first place. It's 10 o'clock. Mrs. Baker knocked at the bedroom door. Ren pulled her phone out of her pocket and checked the time. I'm running late. Jackson cradled her face. Being an example of a strong woman is the best way to love your daughter. She nodded, ever so slightly. He kissed her until her body went limp in his grasp. See you later, hot pants. Training, dinner, fucking. He smacked her ass. She rubbed her hand over it like it stung, and he hoped it did. He wanted her thinking of him the rest of the day. Fucking? Sorry. Sexual intercourse, coitus, the union and rhythm of our genitals. I've got to get out of here. He loved pushing all her buttons, playing her with the ease of black beauty. Ren reacted with her whole body, and Jackson couldn't get enough. Gunnar greeted Ren with a few sloppy kisses after her long day of crawling around on her knees, cleaning other people's homes while hers collected a nice layer of dust. She packed her bag, what she assumed would need to be an overnight bag, then loaded her dog and his food in the back of her RAV4. Haven't seen you around much. Wren turned. An instant smile graced her face. Drew, how have you been? He smiled that crooked smile that eased the stress from her asshole of an ex-husband and her young, naive daughter. I'm good, thank you. His expression sobered. I know we don't have an official neighborhood watch, but I've noticed someone snooping around your place on more than one occasion. It's always been when you're not home, and he never got that close to the house thanks to Gunner. I said something to him when he went through your mail the other day. She fought to keep her panic hidden. And? He said he was your brother. When I told him your brother died, he told me to mind my own fucking business, got in his black Escalade, and I haven't seen him around since. Thank you. She gripped her keys. Do you know who it could have been? Preston, she whispered. Your ex with a restraining order against him? Copper blonde hair mixed with a little gray, always in an expensive suit? Gold Rolex? Drew nodded. What's he want? Me, always on edge, looking over my shoulder, shunned by my own daughter, and completely miserable. What are you going to do about it? She took a deep breath. I'm going to practice some self-defense, have dinner, and then... With a shrug, she bit her lips together. Drew didn't need to know about the fucking. Be safe. I'll keep an eye out and call the police if I see him again. Wren nodded. Thanks, Drew. Somehow her car made it to Jackson's, even if she couldn't remember a single turn or stoplight. The question was whether or not to say anything to Jackson about the information Drew shared. Their first meeting ended in Preston going to the hospital via an ambulance. She could only imagine what Jackson might try to do if he knew Preston had been snooping around her place. He had his own issues with his peculiar and suspect piano student. That's a big bag, Jackson smirked as she stepped inside the front door. You moving in? Oh, no, it's just a change of clothes, she stammered her words. To wear to dinner. He grabbed her bag and tossed it in his bedroom, then kissed her so hard she questioned the whereabouts of her tonsils. I'm just messing with you. My future wife can stay with me for as long as she wants. Forever would be ideal. Her heart needed to know why he kept doing that. It was fun until she actually wanted him to mean every word. Even in that moment, she shocked herself by thinking that. Did she want him to mean every word? His smile faltered, perhaps because of the way her jaw hung to her feet. Ready to kick my ass? Regaining control of her mandibular function, she nodded. Wren assumed he'd teach her more moves, life-saving skills. Instead, he had her demonstrate her pathetic endurance through a cardio and strength training workout. People spent hundreds of dollars on fancy equipment and gym memberships, and he brought her to his mercy with a jump rope and a pull-up bar. Everything else didn't require anything. Squats, push-ups, dips, planks, burpees. The pinnacle of her embarrassment came when she couldn't even do one pull-up without him helping her by lifting up on her hips. Val would get an ass-chewing for letting Wren think she was in good shape. Sagging in the corner, sucking down water like oxygen, she watched him do one-arm pull-ups. Admiring his firm planes of muscle flex in waves along his back, arms, and legs, she became primed and so very ready for their post-dinner plans. The chances of him feeling the same way after watching her die before his eyes seemed unlikely. Sweaty old lady nose-planting after 7 push-ups had to have been anticlimactic for his sex drive. Ready to shower, hot pants? Jackson wiped his face and chest with a white towel. Just be honest with me. Am I your beard? He chuckled. My beard? Yes, as in you're gay but you don't want people to know so you have a woman with whom... I know what the term beard means. You think I'm gay? No, I think you could be having sex with women so hot, even I'd consider a night of lesbian love if they offered. Instead, you're with me, and I'm certain I don't look like those fitness models after a workout. I can just feel how my hair surely resembles a drowned rat, and my face beams with heat, so I know I must still be red even after 20 minutes of recovery. Jackson hooked his towel around her neck and pulled her against him. Are you done? Ren gave it another moment of thought, then nodded once. Good. So let's take my penis and your vagina upstairs and see what trouble they can get into in the shower. Ren rolled her eyes. When you say it like that, it sounds ridiculous. You think? He lifted her over his shoulder and carried her upstairs. In that case, maybe I'll just bury my cock so deep in your pussy, you'll be tasting me every time you swallow. Better? Yes, utterly poetic. Withholding pleasure as a form of torture? Ren found out the hard way it's a real thing. They monkey-fucked in the shower in every position possible, stopping each time to find a new position a breath before Ren climaxed. At first it seemed like a coincidence. After all, he couldn't have known that she was about to orgasm. Wrong. By the fourth time, she really began to suspect something, but before she could get the words out, he whispered in her ear, buried balls deep from behind. I'll let you come if you promise to never mention our age difference, and always, and I mean always, act like the fucking goddess you are, making me barely worthy of even looking at you. Jackson, please! She reached behind her head and clawed at his hair as he trapped her earlobe between his teeth. Tell me you're a fucking goddess, he growled, pumping into her a few more times just to keep her on the brink. Sliding one hand from his hair, she moved it toward her clitoris. No. He grabbed both of her hands and pressed them flat to the tile wall beneath his. Say it. Yes. She ground back against him. Yes, what? I'm a goddess, she whispered. He covered her clitoris with 2 fingers, but didn't press down or move them a millimeter. So close. Last chance. His hips rammed into her, pushing the slight ebb right back to the very edge. I'm a fucking goddess! With the slip of his hand, she saw stars behind her eyes explode so bright she couldn't see anything else, but she felt absolutely everything. Damn right you are. He pulled out and guided her to sit on the bench in the corner. She happily sat down. Her orgasm had turned her legs into jello. Jackson pumped himself a couple of times, and then he spewed his semen all over her breasts, chin down, eyes hooded. Ren stared at him wide-eyed, and then at her breasts dripping with water and semen. Admittedly, watching him grasping his penis turned her on more than she ever could have imagined. The unexpected mess left her confused. If his fascination with older women had anything to do with their experience, then she had to be a huge disappointment. He was clearly the more sexually experienced one in their relationship. He continued to look at her breasts with pleasure and lust painted on his face. He seemed to wait for her to respond. Ren had no idea what that response should be. She should have watched more porn over the years. Mental note: Google semen on breasts. What would a fucking goddess do? Gather it in her hands and slurp it up? Smear it all over like lotion or an expensive moisturizer? Too weird. Clean up your mess. Now. She tipped her chin up and gave him a stern look while holding her breath. Breathing would have turned into laughing. At herself, of course, because it took 40 years for a man to jerk off on her breasts, and when it finally happened, she had no clue how to react. Her words were effortless, even instinctual. She'd said the same thing to Maddie over the years about her bedroom. Jackson raised a single brow, one side of his mouth curling into a sexy smile. Keeping his eyes locked to hers as if he could break her facade, he grabbed a bottle of shower gel and squirted it onto her breasts, much like he did with his semen. Wren gritted her teeth, holding strong. He smeared the soap over her chest, giving extra attention to her nipples. It felt good. Too good. Trying to make her break good. Like the fucking goddess she was, Wren held strong and made it out of the shower without begging for anything else. But just barely. Chapter 26. Day. Watching Jessica sleep had become Luke's favorite part of every morning. He loved the way her lips twitched into a smile and each breath sounded like a sigh of contentment. Did she dream of him? His heart rate increased as she stretched her naked body like a cat across the bed. When her eyes fluttered open, he smiled a big, goofy clown smile, but he couldn't help it. I probably should be creeped out, she yawned through her words. That you're always standing in the doorway staring at me when I wake. Scooting to a sitting position, she wrapped a blanket around her shoulders. But then I realize you're standing in a doorway, an exit, in case you have to flee from the monster, and that's the biggest downer ever. Luke pushed off the doorframe and moved to the bed. Without hesitation, she pulled him back into bed and straddled his body. Stop calling the woman I love a monster. She licked up his neck, another cat-like move. I'm sweaty. I see you went for a run without me again. Luke palmed her bare ass, squeezing her tight glutes. You slow me down. She dug her teeth into his neck over his carotid and growled. You're so full of shit. Just admit it. I'm bad for your ego. He chuckled. Aside from your brother, I don't think there's a male ego in existence that stands a chance around you. You are a true man-eater. Did you take our baby with you? About that. It's possible Jones might not be coming home with us. Jessica sat up. Say what? My mom said he slept in bed with them, wedged in the middle like the spot had his name on it. He'd sleep with us if you'd let him. True statement. Another truth they both knew but never discussed was the real reason Jones didn't sleep with them. It would have destroyed Jessica to snap out of a morning attack only to discover that her baby was dead from a broken neck because he brought her out of a deep sleep with a sloppy, wet kiss. Even before they moved in with Luke, Jones slept in his kennel. Jessica claimed it was because he wasn't completely housebroken yet. A half-truth. I don't love rolling in dog hair and turning over in the middle of the night to a wet nose in my face. Another half-truth. Well, they can't have my Jonesy. I don't care how cool they are. She grinned. Because they are. They are the absolute coolest people I have ever known. Please don't. Luke grimaced. What? How can you say that? Last night made it into my top 10 best memories of all time. Maybe even the top 5. I can't wait to tell Kelly. No. What happened last night did not happen. Do you understand? Everyone drank way too much. And as far as I can or ever want to remember, we ate, sat by the fire, then went to bed. Sorry, babe. We both know the only memory from last night is the way the icy water sucked the air from our lungs, the adrenaline rush, and the way your dad wiggled his ass like a duck when he climbed out of the lake. As he watched her giggle like a 12-year-old, messy dark hair veiling her perfect breasts, amber eyes bursting with life. He felt the crushing reality of loving her so much. In that moment, he knew all reason was gone and his instinct for self-preservation had vanished. He'd never survive her, not for 1 second. She twisted his nipple, not like a doting lover, more like a frat brother asking for an ass-whooping. Then she circled her tongue around it before pressing her lips to it. So, what's the plan for the day? Hopping out of bed, she swayed her sexy hips toward the bathroom. I'm thinking a scenic drive. If it warms up enough, we could squeeze in a picnic somewhere. Oh, and my mom asked if we could find our way to Staples for printer ink. Jessica peeked her head around the corner. Staples? Yeah, it's a little out of our way, but no. I mean, yes, we should definitely go to Staples. Is there anything else she needs from there? You know they have everything. She turned on the shower. Well, I don't know about everything. Luke chuckled to himself. The GTO game proved to be a fun way to toy with Luke. He thought he had control, crazy guy. Jessica specialized in control, specifically giving other people the illusion they had it. She always asked to drive. He always said no. Tactics she felt certain would guarantee her time in the driver's seat included physical manipulation, withholding sex, and blackmail with what had become a growing amount of information provided by Tom and Felicity. Games had to be fun. Jessica grinned, thinking of how much fun she would have with Luke, right after they checked out Staples. I'll just run in and grab the cartridges. No, I mean, maybe I should go too. Can you really trust me to not steal your car? Luke dangled the keys in front of her face. That's sweet. She batted her eyelashes. I love that after all you've learned about me, you still think of me as an innocent damsel and not someone who could have this baby hot-wired and tearing down the road in under 30 seconds. He frowned. Get out. Jessica skipped into Staples. Instantly, her lungs filled with that smell she'd missed. The off-gassing. It had been too long since she indulged in a good old office supply trip. Stinks in here, huh? She lifted her shoulders. Depends on what you like. Well, I don't know anyone who likes such a strong chemical smell. Of course he did. He just didn't know it. Ink is this way. Oh, we won't need a basket. It's just 2 small boxes. Jessica stared at the plastic basket she'd hooked over her arm. 2 boxes? He surely had to be mistaken. I might need to grab a few essentials. I'll meet you back here at the register. Luke quirked a brow. A few essentials? Did I stutter? She traipsed off with her head held high. No one would make her feel guilty for having a slight office supply store addiction. After all, it had been months since she'd had a fix. She may or may not have hid from him when she saw him looking for her. Mr. Antsy Pants wasted no time getting the ink. He probably didn't even take the time to compare Staples-compatible ink to the more expensive Canon ink. Jones, where are you? Jessica, bathroom. Thought I told you to wait up front for me. Staples may or may not have turned her into a crazier version of her already insane self. Jones, did you start? Typical guy. Jessica, I use the restroom even when I'm not having my period. Jones, okay. Peeking around an end display of the most dazzling assortment of spiral notebooks, she watched and waited for him to head back toward the front of the store. Another deep inhale. There was no way of knowing how long it could take for her to splurge on another trip to Staples. She had to get as much of everything as she could. 10 minutes later, possibly 20, it was easy to lose track of time with so many distractions. She smiled at Luke as he spotted her walking toward him. You dropped something. She looked behind her, then bent down to grab the box that had fallen out of her overflowing basket. Powder-free, disposable nitrile gloves. Don't judge me, Jones. She brushed past him to the checkout. Pink razors, mouthwash, 3-pack remote-controlled pillar candles, retractable pens, sticky tack, Post-it notes, watermelon bubblicious, dragonfly cotton shower cap. I'll get the ink for your mom, too. She motioned for him to set the 2 Canon ink cartridges on the counter. His eyes flitted between her and her essentials the store clerk scanned and deposited into plastic bags. When he didn't say anything, she grabbed the boxes from him and handed them to the clerk. $225.39. Before Jessica could retrieve her money from her bag, Luke handed over his credit card. No, just wait, I've got it. By the time she found her wallet, he'd already signed for the purchase. He grabbed the 2 bags of essentials and nodded for her to head toward the car. After they were both fastened in, he started the car and looked over at her. She kept her eyes trained ahead to the gray stone siding of the store. If you need me to be Dr. Jones for an emergency session, I can do that for you. 2 words. Argyle sucks. So just put the car in gear and let's go. They stopped by a deli and picked up sandwiches and chips for their picnic. As they wormed their way through hills blanketed in trees, Jessica slipped her hand into her purse, retrieving her watermelon bubblicious she snagged before the clerk could put it in the sack. Saliva flooded her mouth just from the smell after she unwrapped a piece. She popped it in her mouth and moaned with the first chew. The party pooper shook his head in her peripheral vision. Open! She held a piece to his lips. Luke shook his head. You have to. Another shake. How are we going to swap gum in a few minutes if you don't have a piece? We're not going. She shoved it in his mouth. You're going to make me drive off the road. She grinned. Then you should have let me drive. I'm an excellent driver. Okay, Rain Man. His response mumbled over the huge wad of gum. It's true. It's even possible that I was trained by a professional stuntman and former sprint car driver in the, art of high-speed chasing. Luke shot a quick sideways glance, and several seconds later he shot her another, with a look that fell somewhere between shock and horror. Jessica shrugged. I'm not sure I can marry you and not know everything about you. Only if you marry me will you ever know everything about me. Think of it as a wedding gift. She laughed, but it was a painful laugh. Nothing about Gail felt like a gift. It was a curse, one that not even death could destroy. Only death would keep Luke from Jessica. One day he would marry her. One day he would know everything. Until then, it didn't matter. A feeling deep in his gut told him her secrets were so much bigger than either one of them. He saw it in the way her eyes pleaded with him to trust her. However, they had much bigger issues to deal with at the moment. The love of his life had a serious addiction to Staples, which resulted in him being force-fed watermelon bubble gum, the worst possible flavor. Right here, she pointed to a deserted scenic overlook. He pulled into the gravel parking area. Did you bring a picnic blanket? She peered at him over the frames of glasses that sat low on her nose. He slid his glasses down to mirror her serious look. Yes, my mom gave me one. She smirked. It's probably the same one she and your dad wrapped around their wet, naked bodies last night. He wrinkled his nose. Time to swap. She leaned over and kissed him, running her tongue along the seam of his lips. You suck at this, she mumbled against his mouth. Then she pushed her gum into his mouth. What are you? Give me your gum. She teased his upper lip with the tip of her tongue, beckoning him to give it to her. He shoved it in her mouth. The nasty watermelon taste almost ruined his favorite flavor, Jessica Day. You never swapped gum with a girl, did you? Sorry. He shrugged as she sat back in her seat. Jessica sighed. The first time I swapped gum was with a girl in 4th grade. Luke almost choked on his gum. What? Tina Reeves. She was going with a fifth-grade boy. A rumor had been floating around that he was planning on French kissing Tina after school. She freaked out because she hadn't ever kissed a boy, let alone French kissed. So I offered to teach her. Luke raised his usual skeptical brow. You'd French kiss someone by the fourth grade? No, not until Tina. Jessica's unpredictability never ceased to amaze him. But I'd seen it in the movies. It basically looked like two people trying to swap gum. 15 minutes in my bedroom with a Madonna CD and 2 pieces of grape Hubba Bubba later, Tina was quite the French kisser. How generous of you. Anything to help out a friend. The woman before him had single-handedly taken the life of a serial killer, one unforgiving cut at a time. Even on their blind date when she bit him in the closet, she wasn't a killer. He never knew that, Jessica. All she had ever wanted to be with him was the Hubba Bubba girl who liked skinny dipping, wet dog kisses, and, apparently, staples. Luke knew he would spend the rest of his life giving her that life, giving her back her innocence. I'm starving. He nodded, not realizing how long he'd been staring at her. Let's eat. They spread out the blanket on a large boulder with a beautiful panoramic view of the lake. Which part of the blanket do you think hugged your dad's balls? Probably 2 inches from the part that flossed his crack. Oh my God! Her eyes grew wide. I can't believe you said that. How very un-Jones of you. She laughed. I fear I've tainted you. They sat side by side on the rock, with their legs dangling off the edge, sandwiches in hand. Jessica nudged his shoulder. Thank you. For what? Skinny dipping? Waiting by the register at Staples? Swapping gum? Letting me experience life with you. The experience is mine. With a furrowed brow, she looked up at him. What are you experiencing? He leaned down and kissed the tip of her nose. You're the greatest experience of my life. She shoved a bite of sandwich into her mouth and mumbled over it like the well-mannered lady she'd never be. That's just sad for you. Luke watched her look out at the lake. He didn't miss the glassy tears that attempted to pool in her eyes. Would she ever feel worthy of true, heart-stopping, soul-shattering love? He hoped so because it's all he had to give her. Her favorite doctor had been right. Surrendering took as much strength as it did control. Every day she gave him a piece of her past in exchange for his future. As much as she wanted, needed his love, accepting it took practice. A voice in her head kept reminding her to just shut up and let him love you. The day will come that I don't want to kill Trigger, right? Luke sucked in a slow, deep breath. I hope so. Maybe it will be the same day I care if Fran dies. Jessica tilted her head, resting it on his arm. You care. You just haven't let yourself feel it yet. Feelings are who we are. Actions are what we've become. I became a killer. I just have yet to feel bad about it. But I hope to God that someday I do. Killers don't feel remorse. If that day comes, I'll finally be the woman you see. I've caught a glimpse of her in your eyes, and I can't help but envy her. Luke twisted around and hopped off the boulder, then offered his hand to her. It's funny how we don't recognize our own reflections, but the one thing about them is they never lie. Taking his hand, she jumped down. Dr. Jones, you should have majored in philosophy. On a more positive topic, what's your theory on me driving back to your parents? I don't have a theory, just a fact. Really? Enlighten me. You will not be driving my car. She made a horn-like buzzing sound. Wrong answer. He folded the blanket and grabbed their empty bags, then opened the trunk. Let me enlighten you. I'm going to strip and ride your cock on the hood of your shiny red GTO, not giving a damn what passersby think until you... Yeah, all of that. He gestured to his arms full with the big blanket and the lunch bags. Would you grab the first aid kit? I scraped my ankle on the rock over there. She looked at the little box with the red cross on it. With a huff, she leaned into the trunk to reach it at the back, squirming until nearly 3/4 of her short stature was inside. Fuck! She fell. No, she was shoved into the trunk, and he closed it on her. He locked her in the trunk. As much as I like you riding my cock, and in spite of last night's bonding with my parents, I am not an exhibitionist. And I just put a new coat of wax on her the other day, so I'm not going to leave my ass print on the hood. He knocked twice on the trunk. Hope you're not claustrophobic, but if you are, I'm pretty sure I just bought you some electric pillar candles in one of those sacks. They should take the edge off. Hold on tight. I'll go slow. Die! You will die! Chapter 27. Night. 1 Timothy 2:12. Jillian stared at her phone as the sun peeked over the horizon. AJ struggled to get to sleep the previous night, refusing to take any pills until after they'd had sex. Sex that felt like making love. Sex that gave her so much heartache and guilt. Luke was gone. She tried to tell herself, but he really wasn't. Jessica died. Luke lived. Would it have been easier to move on had he died? Had Luke moved on? Had he made love to another? The ghost of the woman she once was couldn't bear the thought, but Jillian Knight wished him a life filled with a wife who embraced his quirks, and maybe someday little Jones is tearing his orderly life apart in the best way possible. She hoped her 4-legged baby would live out the rest of his life in a house full of people who understood him the way Jessica had. To avoid waking AJ, she perched in a chair outside the tent, wrapped in a blanket, waiting for her 1-bar wireless service to return an answer to her biblical verse search. After churning in cyber circles, the answer appeared on her screen. I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet. Fuck that, she whispered to herself. Her finger hovered over the forward button as she contemplated sending the message to Jackson. Jill. She clicked off the screen and unzipped the front of the tent. God damn it! AJ? He lost consciousness and his body began to wrench in muscle contractions. She dropped to her knees beside him, watching in horror. There was nothing else she could do. It took less than 2 minutes that seemed like an eternity, and then he went completely limp. Her lower lip quivered between her teeth as she pressed her fingers to his neck. Closing her eyes, she swallowed hard, finally feeling his pulse. I can barely keep myself alive. I can't do this, she whispered, collapsing onto her side next to him. After a few minutes he came to, focusing on her eyes with confusion in his. You had a seizure. Sorry. Jillian huffed a small laugh. You just up and left without anything, didn't you? What is this? Am I here just to watch you die? The bitterness bled through her words. I was dying with them. I'm living with you. Well, then it's a shitty way to live. You need some anti-seizure meds or something. I can't watch this every day. Take me back. The defeat in his voice hurt worse than watching his body lose control. I'm not taking you back. She crawled out of the tent, grabbed her phone and walked toward the main road for privacy and better signal. I'm still getting texts. McGraw's cynical laugh greeted her on the other end of the line. Then let me bring you in. New identities, new location, maybe even a sex change. I always thought you should have been a guy. Is that why you buried your cock in my ass? What the fuck do you want? On the outside, he'd perfected the tough guy role, but Jessica, always ignited the fuse on his patients. AJ needs his anti-seizure medication. Do you have a prescription? No, he didn't bring any with him. You're dreaming, little girl. I'm flattered you think I'm God, but I'm not. I can't just thumb through a PDR and find him the right medication. Clearly, you're an old fuck who hasn't been to the doctor recently. Welcome to the digital age where everyone's entire life, including their medical records, can be accessed online. You're asking me to break into the hospital's database? I'm not asking. Message me with the pharmacy information. Jillian and AJ continued south with her drug dealer on speed dial. Each passing day, AJ seemed to be doing better. Jillian would have been skeptical had AJ himself not acted a little shocked. He admitted the doctor said radiation was a wait-and-see situation. She insisted he still take his medications, if for no other reason than the fact that she'd repeatedly sold her soul to the devil, or vice versa, to get them. You've been gone a while. How long is Jackson going to let you gallivant around the country with me? Jillian grinned, keeping her eyes trained to the miles of Texas highway before them. I occasionally check in with my parole officer. Can you say the same? Besides, I told you Jackson's too busy courting your ex-cleaning lady. Courting? Yes, he's decided it's time to marry and populate the world with little knights. Pun intended. I think she's close to my age and maybe has a teenager or something. Shouldn't he be courting someone in their childbearing years? I like Ren, and I should land my fist in your junk on her behalf for making her seem old and barren. Not to mention she's worked for you how many years? And you think she maybe has a child who, FYI, is 21, a daughter? She was my cleaning lady, not my psychiatrist. That hits so close to home. And honestly, I rarely saw her. Most people aren't home when their cleaning lady comes, and she only came twice a month. She actually did more odd jobs for me. I don't mind scrubbing toilets and running a vacuum, but laundry, dusting those stupid mini blinds, light fixtures, and cleaning my fish tank. She felt him glaring at the side of her head. That's the stuff she did for me, and it didn't require an exchange of personal information. I think when you ask someone to wash and fold your tighty-whities, there really should be an exchange of personal information. AJ shook his head. It was more sheets and towels, occasionally my uniform or ironing some shirts. Good to know. I thought she must have been pretty desperate for work. Anyway, I hope it works out. I'd love to be an aunt. I'd be the coolest aunt ever. Is that enough? What do you mean? She stole a quick sideways glance. Don't you want to be a mom? I feel like we've had this discussion. I feel like you're afraid to admit what you want, or maybe you're even afraid to want it at all. I don't want you to die. I'm not afraid to admit that. I want a romantic date with cloth napkins. I want to always be on top when we have sex. The last part was a lie. Jillian realized her list of wants turned into her needs. Her deepest truth. She didn't want everything she needed, or maybe she didn't want to need it. Needs were weaknesses. You'd be an amazing mother. She guffawed. How can you even say that with a straight face? Your compassion equals your strength, and you're the strongest person I know. Well, it's a moot point. You can't have kids and I choose you. But I choose you. And don't you dare talk about the fucking cancer. You're better. We're better. AJ sighed, gazing out his window. We're better, he whispered. If he loved her, he'd let her go. AJ couldn't get that thought out of his damaged mind. Jillian loved him and she let him go with a simple thank you. He blamed his selfishness on the tumor. By that point, he blamed everything on the tumor. How much of her life could he steal and still feel like a man and not an inconsiderate bastard? "How do you feel about ice cream?" She slowed, pulling into the dinky parking lot of an ice cream shop with a few picnic tables in front. "I feel like you want some." "I do." That smile. When they first met, he never imagined one day having a long list of traits he loved about Jillian Knight. Quite the opposite. Life was nothing if not unimaginable. The woman was real. She never faked anything. Not a single word. Not a single smile. Every ounce of her being screamed, "Take me as I am." Hence the selfishness. If life was short, then AJ's was less than a breath from ending, so he wanted to end it with something real. "Let's get ice cream then." He smiled back at her. "I hope they have dip cones." She took his hand and pulled him toward the window. "I'll have a twist cone dipped in chocolate." Her eyes beamed as if all her dreams just came true. Who was this woman with the innocence of a young child dying to escape? "Small vanilla in a cup." "What?" She looked at him with wide eyes. "What he means is a hot caramel sundae with pecans." "I do." He looked down at her. "You do." She pressed a kiss to his arm as he handed the lady a 20. They took their cool treats to the picnic table. "We should stay here for the winter. I bet Omaha sucks in the winter." "Can't be any worse than New York." She paused with her dripping cone at her lips. A moment later, she nodded. "True. Hurricane season is over. We should head to the Gulf and find a little shack to rent." "Shack?" "We don't need much." He was looking at everything he needed. "Don't worry. I'll do the laundry and dust the blinds." "You clean?" AJ couldn't hold back his incredulous response. "As needed? We might have to negotiate the definition of need. I have this feeling yours may be a bit more stringent than mine." He nodded, taking a small bite of his ice cream. "Were your parents wealthy?" "Why do you ask?" "Work seems to be an option for you, not a necessity. You live in a nice house, drive a brand new Harley, drop a couple $1,000s on camping equipment, and for that first week, I'm pretty sure you paid for all the gas and the hotel room expenses, unless you stole my credit card from my wallet." Jillian licked her ice cream and chocolate-covered lips. I never thought about stealing your wallet. Total oversight on my part." "I'm serious." AJ pushed his half-eaten sundae toward the middle of the table. His appetite was still off. They weren't wealthy, but they had money in savings, a house that was paid off, and pretty good life insurance. "Well, you're young, and you should be putting that money in savings or investing it, not spending it on me." "So you quit your job. Where are you getting the money?" "Savings. My house, if it ever sells." "You don't need to sell your house now." "Jillian." "What?" She shrugged, keeping her eyes on his ice cream that she decided to finish off. "Look at me." He took the cup from her and held both of her hands, squeezing them until she surrendered her gaze to him. "I can't. I won't pretend with you. I just want you now for as many days as I have, because now, this moment, is all I have to give. It's yours. I'm yours. Please, let it be enough." She looked at him without a single blink. Finally, her head moved a fraction. It looked like a nod, a very small acquiescence. "You have ice cream on your nose." AJ wiped his nose and looked at his hand. "Did I get it?" "Nope." He looked up just as a spoon filled with caramel and ice cream collided with his nose. Jillian's shoulders bounced as she bit her lips together and snorted a laugh. "Funny?" He narrowed his eyes. Cupping a hand over her mouth, she nodded. "Stop!" She tried to twist from his hold as he lunged over the table, locking her head between his hands while he rubbed his nose all over her face. She gave up the fight when his lips took hers. Fate used his heart as a punching bag every time he touched her. A painful reminder that it could be the last touch, the last kiss. "Eric James," she whispered over his lips. "Shh. Now. Nothing else matters." Chapter 28. Lady Gaga blared through the speakers about her Nebraska guy as Ren gripped the ballet bar. Her leg muscles ignited into a fiery burn under Val's drill sergeant orders. She welcomed the pain because her Nebraska guy was off the charts. "Coffee?" Val wiggled her brows at Ren after the rest of the class left the building. "I don't know, Sorry, it sounded like a question, didn't it? I meant, we're going for coffee because you owe me the latest scoop. I'm in a dating funk right now. I need to know there's life after divorce." "Sorry, I'm on a tight schedule today." "Just say it. You're going to have hot sex with that boy because he likes the taste of your sweat." Ren pushed on the front door and turned back. "Please don't call him a boy. I'm drowning in enough insecurity." Val laughed. "Next week. I won't take no for an answer." Ren nodded and rushed out the door, digging through her purse for her keys as the cool fall breeze whipped her hair in her face. "I love that my wife works hard to keep her figure." She froze, feeling nothing but fear pounding against her chest. Preston's smug bastard face greeted her as she lifted her gaze. He wore his usual custom-tailored black suit, leaning against her car door with his ankles casually crossed, as if he owned the world, as if he still owned her. Ren held up her phone. "You can't be here, so leave before I have you arrested." "I want to apologize." She narrowed her eyes. "Apologize? This better be about Maddie. How dare you lie to her and make her think I was ever crazy and suicidal?" He smirked. "I'm not apologizing for that. That's between you and Maddie. I'm here to apologize for your birthday. The whole passing out thing." He chuckled. "You know, the funny thing about that, the last thing I remember is that thug you brought putting his hand around the back of my neck and squeezing. He say anything about that to you?" Ren shook her head. "I did some looking into him. It's like he didn't exist before moving to Omaha. Where did he say he's from?" "He's none of your business." She reached for the door handle. He didn't move. Instead, he bent down and whispered in her ear. "He's fucking what's mine, so that makes him my business." "I'm not yours." He pushed off the door and slid on his shades. "Semantics, sweetheart. I'm just telling you something's not right about him, so watch yourself." Mrs. Baker reeked of all kinds of wrong. Jackson followed her home after her last lesson. She lived in a small split-level house surrounded by a jungle of weeds in a rundown neighborhood. Children's toys cluttered the front yard like she ran a daycare out of her home. Through his binoculars, he watched her get out of her car, go inside, and come back out 15 minutes later wearing baggy ripped jeans and a flannel shirt. A fashion world away from the expensive clothes she wore to her lessons. But it wasn't her clothes that made his blood run toxic through his veins. It was her red hair. Had she been wearing a wig? Certain that at least on some level she could be a liability, he decided to plan her removal. Fate, however, granted Meredith Baker a stay of execution when she missed her lesson to visit a friend in the hospital. Knowing she could be plotting his death, or even Jillian's, had him on edge the entire following week. Ren fell victim to his nervous energy. All their lessons on self-defense turned into a fuckfest on the mat. He fucked her hard and often, hoping the release would ease his impatience, but it didn't. It just left the woman he felt certain defined love in a constant state of confusion and physically exhausted to the point of avoiding him for days in between. All of that was about to change as he lined the back of Woody with plastic. Jillian hated knives, but Jackson found them to be quite effective. He didn't enjoy the kill. That's how he slept at night. There was never any sort of high or adrenaline rush. It was a job. Remove the threat. Unfortunately, Mrs. Baker was more than a threat. There was no way she worked alone, which meant he would have to drag the information from her. That's why he needed the knife. The quick neck snap was more his thing, but the threat of it rarely garnered much information. Evil people weren't afraid to die, but they didn't like pain. From the garage, he heard a car pull into the driveway. He slipped back into the house and grabbed his knife from the kitchen table. He had another lesson in an hour. There would be no time to waste on meaningless chit-chat. Ren! He tried to sound excited to see her as he strained to see if Mrs. Baker had pulled in too. I know you have a lesson, but I need to talk to you. Do you mind if I wait here until you're done? Or I could meet you at your house? Well, I'm already here, so... She looked at his hand. You're holding a knife. A scary-looking knife. He looked at his hand as though he'd forgotten about it. I am. You're not planning on killing anyone, are you? She grinned. Ah, well, now that you're here, I'm not. Jackson gave her his sexy grin and winked while slipping it into his back pocket. Ren shook her head as she stepped inside. Seriously, what are you doing with a knife? I'm changing the batteries in a clock. It was easier than looking in Jillian's tool chest for a screwdriver. The tools belong to Jillian? She likes working on cars and motorcycles. I like working on computers which don't require anything with the word craftsman on it. She pressed her finger to the tape center of his glasses that were supposed to keep any spurting blood from getting in his eyes. You're such a geek. He grabbed her hand and bit her finger. Watch it, hot pants. The doorbell rang, the daunting reminder that Mrs. Baker would live to see another day. I'll wait downstairs. Maybe practice some pull-ups. She leaned up and pecked his lips before slipping around the corner. Mrs. Baker. Jackson! She beamed her flirty, teeth-covered in lipstick grin at him as she stepped inside wearing expensive everything, right down to her Manolo Blahnik shoes. He inspected her head to see if it was her real hair or if the red hair had been a wig. You have a bug in your hair. She rolled her eyes toward her brows as he yanked on a few strands of hair. The delayed ouch confirmed that it was a wig. Sorry, he smirked. Got it. With a flick of his fingers, he sent the non-existent bug flying absolutely nowhere. That's fine. She eased her hand over her wig. Is that Jillian's car in your driveway? Why do you ask, Mrs. Baker? She took a seat at the piano. Just curious, I suppose. If it's not hers, then you might have company. You're my company, Mrs. Baker. He slipped the knife under a magazine on the table and walked toward the piano, giving her the "you should have been dead by now" stare. She averted her eyes. He grinned at the thought of how easily she would squeal like a pig, spewing out everything he needed to know before removing her from the equation. A necessary casualty. I'm not company. I'm your student. Jackson sat in the chair next to the bench, resting his ankle on the opposing knee. You are. So, please, he gestured, let me hear your progress. She played each song with perfection. Too much perfection. Mrs. Baker was his only student who practiced, although he suspected she knew how to play before taking lessons with him, in spite of claiming to be a novice. At the end of her 30 minutes, he told her to have a good week, her last week, of course. After replacing the knife in its leather sheath in his drawer, he took a deep breath to expel the anxiety before going downstairs. If he didn't control his sexual urges with Ren, he could scare the mother of his children away before he had a chance to implant them inside her. Ren braced herself for the sexual hurricane that she knew would come tearing down the stairs at any moment. Jackson had ripped the zippers off 2 pairs of jeans, disintegrated 4 pairs of panties, and broken the clasp on her newest bra. She couldn't even complain about him being selfish because his first stop was always between her legs. Lips, tongue, teeth. And she was gone. Every time. I started my period. The words came out so fast it all sounded like one long word instead of 4. Jackson paused at the bottom of the stairs. Jillian probably has something in her bathroom. No, I just mean we can't, you know. He smirked, then nodded, shoving his hands into his pockets, pulling the waist down to tease her with the wide band of his sexy briefs. Is that what you needed to tell me? No. She laughed at herself. It had probably sounded like that was her important news. Preston was waiting by my car for me when I came out of bar class this morning. You need me to kill him? Done. No, well, it's not a bad idea, but I'm certain that would guarantee I'd never see Maddie again, or you for that matter, because you'd be in prison. The corners of his lips curled, like he had the best secret ever. She trusted him, 99.9%. Yet that 0.1% held her heart captive in the hands of fear. Would she ever be completely free of that fear? I'm not happy that my ex-husband thinks you're his business, but after you sent him to the hospital on my birthday, he's taken it upon himself to make you his business. Jackson shrugged. Then tell him to call me and we'll set up a business meeting. But until then, he needs to stay the fuck away from you, or I'll be the first one to make contact, and it won't be in the way of a phone call. There it was, that 0.1%. I can call the police if it becomes a bigger issue. I'm sure they'll slap him on the wrist. They might even take away his favorite toy for a month or so. Whatever, that's really not my point. My point is that Preston did some looking into your past, and he said it's like you didn't even exist before Omaha. Don't you think that's kind of odd? Yes, I think it's odd that your ex-husband is looking into my past. Ren tilted her head to the side, crossing her arms over her chest. That's not what I mean. Jackson narrowed his eyes a mere millimeter. That minuscule change in his expression, that may not have been anything more than a muscle twitch, left Ren feeling guilty for bringing it up. So I haven't left my fingerprints all over my past. So what? Coughing out a sarcastic laugh, she gawked at him. Fingerprints? What are you, a killer? Do I look like a killer? He smirked. I don't think killers have a certain look. Personality maybe, but not a look. Well, if you think I have a killer personality, then I'm going to take that as a compliment. Ren shook her head, unable to keep a straight face. What do you want to know? He moved toward her with slow, predatory strides that sent tingly goosebumps shooting up along her skin. She retreated. The thick mats under her feet mixed with that look made it impossible to balance. Her back hit the wall, saving her from stumbling but trapping her in his larger-than-life presence as he wet his lips. Do you want to know my favorite color? The first girl I kissed? How many comic books I owned? The longest book I've read? Gulp. Yes, she whispered, embarrassingly breathless. He pressed his lips to her forehead. Blue, like your eyes. He kissed her right ear. Stephanie Mills, 3rd grade. He kissed her left ear. 371. Batman was my favorite. He kissed the hollow area in between her collarbone, circling his tongue around it. The Bible. No way. He nodded while unfastening his jeans. Ren swallowed hard, her body stiff. My period. Sucking her bottom lip into his mouth, he bit it with a chilling intensity as he stroked himself. Don't worry. That's not where I'm going to put it. Chapter 29. Day. Luke pulled into his parents' drive after taking the slower, nothing over 35, less driven roads to ensure his precious cargo had a safe trip. In the trunk. To his surprise, she stayed quiet for the entire ride. Even when he got out, she didn't make a single noise. He considered opening the trunk to check on her, but his instincts told him to just stay away. It was nothing more than the silence before the storm. Hey, Luke, you two have a nice drive? Tom asked, helping Felicity fold sheets in the living room. We did. It was a perfect day. Did you find a nice little place to buy and settle into when you move back here to get married and have lots of grandbabies for me? Tom rolled his eyes at his wife's question. We did not. Felicity frowned. Well, I fully intend to marry Jessica and have a manageable number of children with her. I want it to be when the time is right. Not everyone can be like your mother and I were. Perfect timing on everything. Tom winked at Felicity. I'm in your wedding photos, sitting in the front row next to Aunt Beth. Brilliant timing, folks. His parents shared their usual we wouldn't change a thing grins. If Luke were honest, he admired their decision to wait until they were ready to get married. They conceived him on their first date. Speaking of fate, where is Jessica? Did she go upstairs? Luke smiled at his mom. I think she's still in the car, going through a few things she picked up on her outing. Oh, that reminds me. Did you remember my printer ink? We did. He handed her the car keys. They're in the trunk. Felicity frowned as she snatched the keys while shaking her head. Was it just too much for you to haul them inside? Something like that. As she brushed past him, Tom gave Luke a suspicious look. Luke grimaced. There's a pretty good chance I won't live to see the sunrise. You forgot her ink? No. It's in the trunk. With Jessica. It broke Jessica's heart that her beloved would die soon, but there were certain acts of complete disrespect that were punishable only by death. Locking someone in a trunk was one of them. They'd had some good times together, and for that, she was not only grateful but sympathetic enough to make sure his death would be quick, with minimal suffering. Had she been able to predict such an act of sheer evilness, she would have purchased batteries for her electric pillar candles. Instead, she waited in the dark, knees bent to one side, hands laced behind her head. She wore a dragonfly shower cap, blue nitrile gloves, and a mustache molded from sticky tack. On the inside of the trunk lid was a sticky note with sloppy, I wrote it in the dark handwriting that read, I'm going to let Jones hump your $300 pillow and play tug-of-war with your socks when you are dead. Ah! Oh my gosh! A woman's voice screeched. Jessica felt like a vampire with the bright light frying her cornea. A deaf vampire thanks to the shrill pierce of Felicity's scream. Everything came into focus a little at a time. The note still stuck to the inside of the lid, the horrified yet confused look on Felicity's face as she seemed to be reading it, and then the Holy Grail. Jessica smiled as she sat up, pulling the mustache from her lip. Hello, Thelma. She snatched the dangling keys from Felicity's hand and hopped out. Get in. She slammed the trunk and slid in the driver's seat. Yep, just as she imagined. Better than sex. Thelma? Felicity questioned as she hesitantly got in the other side. Thelma and Louise. But don't worry, we won't drive it off a cliff or anything. At least not today. Jessica tossed the gloves and shower cap in the back seat. Buckle up. Once I start the engine, we'll need to be spinning the tires out of here. Oh, and keep an eye out the back window to say goodbye to Luke. In less than 10 seconds, he'll be on your porch having a heart attack or possibly a stroke. What's going on? Jessica loved that without knowing a single detail, Felicity buckled up. Of course, the skinny-dipping mom would be all in. It was wrong for Jessica to have doubted her for a single moment. She moved the seat up, stomped on the clutch, and turned the key. The seductive rumble of the engine, finally under her control, made it hard to focus. But she needed to get out of there because the timer had started. She backed out of the drive, shoved it into first, and waited, one hand white-knuckled on the steering wheel, the other fisting the round black ball of the gear shift. There they are. Blow your boys a kiss, Felicity. And she did, because Felicity Jones was one cool chick. Jessica tattooed the concrete with the back tires as she squealed out of the drive. She took a mental picture of Luke's reflection in the rearview mirror, slumped shoulders, hand over his chest, slightly bent at the waist, mouth agape. Priceless. I think the joke is supposed to be on Luke, but then again, he sent me out to get the ink knowing you were in the trunk. And you were wearing a shower cap, gloves, and a mustache, so I'm confused. Let's just say your son would rather me ride in the trunk than sit in the driver's seat. No offense to you, of course, but he may have control issues. And I'm usually not all judgmental that way because I like control too, but... So you didn't voluntarily get in the trunk? He drove home with you in there? Correct. I'm not going to lie, and when I say this, I'm speaking to my partner in crime, Thelma, not Luke's mom. Jessica grinned. When he first shoved me in the trunk, I didn't try to fight him. It caught me off guard, but I honestly thought he was trying to do something kinky with me. Felicity laughed to the point of a girlish giggle. So, what did you do when you realized he was locking you inside? Started plotting his death. Oh my goodness, he's his father through and through. Tom? No way. She shook her head. Felicity nodded. Yes, he is. Tom used to be a control freak when we first started dating. It didn't help that I was pregnant. Wait, you were pregnant when you started dating? Basically. Has Luke not told you that we conceived him on our first date? Jessica's jaw dropped, then closed into a grin, eyes wide. No. Yes. And now what I'm going to say is being said to Louise, not Luke's girlfriend. God, I love you. Go on, Louise laughed. Luke doesn't know this, and I'm quite certain he wouldn't be treating this car like his most prized possession if he knew that his conception took place in this very back seat. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Do you have any idea what you have given me? No. Felicity shook her head. I've given you nothing. Thelma told her partner in crime, Louise, about the first time she had sex. Ah! Jessica veered off the road onto the shoulder, coming to a stop. She couldn't focus on driving anymore. Don't you dare try to silence me with some secrecy oath, especially since you just added the creme de la creme to the juiciest little secret I've ever known. You didn't just conceive Luke. You lost your virginity in this very car. Luke's baby. Dying. Jessica died a little inside. It would be the most painful secret ever to keep. And as much as she'd come to love his mom, she just couldn't guarantee that the day wouldn't come that she would need that ammunition to win a war. Seriously, we should, bronze the back seat and never allow anyone to sit back there again. Felicity looked over her shoulder and smiled as if she were replaying the memories in her mind. Jessica found it sweet and romantic. Luke would have had his head out the door, hurling his last meal. Do you think about having children someday? The conversation took a whiplash turn. Jillian pulled back onto the road. Running the GTO through the gears made her feel in control and eased her nerves. Sometimes. I didn't used to so much before I met Luke, and when I did, it was more like mourning something I would never have. You were his patient? Of course, she didn't know for sure. Luke would never break that confidentiality, except with her parents. Traitor. I was. I'm not now. Well, she shrugged, not officially. He's brilliant. He really is, but I'm an extra special, pardon my French, fucked up case. I'm not sure anyone could cure me. I want to believe I'm better, but I'm afraid I'm better with Luke, not necessarily because of him. He's even said it himself. If tomorrow he were to just disappear from my life, I wonder if the woman I've become with him would still exist, or if I would slip back to the woman I was before him. Can I ask who you were before him? Jessica huffed a small laugh. I'd tell Thelma I was a monster, but I think that might frighten Luke's mom, so I will tell her that I was simply a woman afraid of herself. A woman who longed for this exact moment in time, but never felt worthy of a future beyond work and physical exhaustion. They continued to drive. Jessica knew Felicity needed to get back for the guests who were staying at their bed and breakfast, but Felicity never said a word. She let Jessica have her drive, her moment of quietude with the comfort of knowing she wasn't alone. Jessica loved the same thing about Luke. They could be together and feel the closeness without the need to fill the space with words. They could spend hours in bed or on the couch at night with her on her laptop studying and him reading or working on a crossword puzzle. Sometimes they'd share a flirty smile, but it was never awkward or boring. Only in complete silence can the whisper of true love be heard. Felicity rested her hand on Jessica's arm as they pulled into the drive over an hour after leaving Luke in a world of dismay. My son is a smart boy. Jessica stared at Felicity's hand on her arm. I don't think his brain is responsible for us being together. That's why I said he's a smart boy. He's following his heart. Jessica looked up at Felicity's loving smile. Thank you, she whispered. Luke and Tom were out back chopping wood. Jessica gazed out the window to determine if Luke was mad or if the pained expression on his face was from physical exertion. Tom's always smiling. Felicity started cleaning potatoes for dinner. Most of the time, yes. Chopping wood is not easy work, but Tom is sweating with a smile on his face. He loves working. If he ever stops, that's how we'll know he's dead. Can I help you with dinner? You could go ask Tom if he's grilling or if I'm broiling tonight. Jessica could do that. It didn't require any preparation or actual cooking. No problem. Of course, I risked getting the axe for the Grand Theft Auto. Send them my way. I've got your back, Louise. Jillian walked around the side of the house. Hey, baby boy. She rubbed Jones's ears after he ran to her, alerting the father-son lumberjack duo of her arrival. Hey, Mario. Tom smiled, or continued smiling. Tom Jones, she grinned, not yet risking a glance at Luke. Felicity wants to know if it's grilling or broiling tonight. He nodded and handed her his axe. Here, I'll go talk with her. Don't kill each other. She watched Tom walk toward the house, then turned to face Luke. It was an eerily weird stare-off. She wasn't mad at him anymore, but she also didn't feel remorseful for what she had done. His face seemed expressionless as well. I was going to let you drive her. Jessica nodded. I know. That's the vibe I got from the trunk earlier. You know I just put new tires on her. Another somber nod. I know. That's why I was a little surprised she didn't grip the driveway better. Did you let my mom drive too? No, she didn't ask. And I didn't know when I'd get to drive her again, so I was a little selfish. She pulled the insulated flannel shirt she'd grabbed from the garage around her body tighter, as a cool gust of wind made her shiver. Luke nodded with a slow inhale. "Smell that?" She rolled her eyes up, nose scrunched. "Smoke?" "My dad's up front grilling." "Okay?" Luke motioned toward the shed with his head. "We've got time for a quickie in the shed before dinner." Both of their grins grew as they dropped their axes on the ground. Bodies and mouths crashed together while attempting to hobble as one to the shed without stumbling. Once inside, they wrestled with each other's pants, not caring that they both were in flannel tops. The immediate need was for him to be inside her. Oh, dear God! Her head fell back against the wall as he lifted her against it and thrust into her with one desperate move. He felt warm and hard and deliciously filling inside her. She made claim to his hair, using it for support as his hands dug into the muscled flesh of her ass, moving her up and down. "I adore you," he moaned into her neck as she closed her eyes. Jessica rested her cheek on his head. "My God, you give me life." Chapter 30. Night. If Mrs. Baker didn't die soon, Wren would leave Jackson. He felt certain of it. There was only so much nervous energy he could release in the form of sex before possibly scaring her off completely. She nearly died when he implied the intention of putting his dick in her mouth instead of her pussy, vagina, because she made the assumption he meant her ass, not her mouth. When he told her to get on her knees, he saw relief wash over her face. He watched her mouth thank God to herself before happily accepting his cock. Although she sucked him like a champ, even swallowing every last drop, she expressed her preference to that over having it shot on her face or breasts. Jackson couldn't help but feel a jab of disappointment that her ass was off limits. In her words, forever. Nothing ruins a good blowjob quite like an anal sex ban. "Jackson, where are you?" "Jillian, Texas." "Jackson, I have to remove someone." "Jillian, I'm on my way home. Don't do anything." "Jackson, don't come home. It might not be safe for you here." "Jillian, who? Why?" "Jackson, one of my students." "Jillian, God, you're sensitive about that damn piano." "Jackson, she knows your name. I never told her your name." "Jillian, maybe one of your other students did." "Jackson, I always refer to you as my sister, period." "Jillian, it's not enough." "Jackson, I followed her. She wears a wig and dresses in expensive clothes, but lives in a shack. And she lied about her husband being dead, or maybe even having one." "Jillian, still not enough. I'm coming home." "Jackson, it will be too late." His phone vibrated with a call. Sliding the mother of his unborn children from his chest, he slipped out of her bed. He'd taken her to dinner as an apology for his recent neurotic behavior. Wren had thought it was a reward for the blowjob. That worked too. Afterward, he'd insisted on staying the night with her, which earned him the hairy eyeball. She couldn't imagine why he'd want to stay if they weren't going to have sex. The tears in her eyes didn't go unnoticed when he told her how lonely his body felt at night when it wasn't wrapped in hers. As he stepped into the hall, Gunnar greeted him with a stern look and low growl that said he'd be having his conversation with Jillian right there and not an inch farther. "Yes." "McGraw's been supplying all of AJ's pharmaceutical needs. Do you need me to have him send you a mild sedative or maybe an antipsychotic?" "I'm not paranoid." He was, but not all paranoid people were crazy. "Meredith Baker is not who she says she is. She's a puppet. She has to be. I can't believe I didn't catch it sooner. She slips up all the time. I followed her to her house, practically riding her fucking bumper, and she didn't notice me. Whoever hired her can't be much smarter, But if it's the same person who's been texting you, then they're managing to stay one step ahead, and that makes me nervous, paranoid. I'm not wrong about this. And if you are, then you've committed murder without just cause. What if you didn't have Gail behind you, ready to swoop in and clean up your mess? Would you risk life in prison on her knowing my name and wearing a wig? For Christ's sake, do you know how many women would rather wear Gucci and look the part than have food on the table or a roof over their heads? Gunnar stared at Jackson as if he had the same questions as Jillian. I can't just do nothing. For now, you can. Besides, if you kill her, you'll never know who she's working for. I'd get it out of her first. How? Jackson clenched his teeth and narrowed his eyes at Gunnar, who would not give him an inch of space past Wren's bedroom door. I have my ways. Jillian didn't have to say anything. He could feel her anger. It was thick in the painful silence between them. I'm coming home. I can handle this. With a fucking knife? Jill? Jackson heard AJ call her name in the background. It works. He winced as he said it. Just because Claire had died after being tortured with a knife didn't mean it still wasn't a very persuasive tactic. Where's Wren? In the bedroom. Go look at her perfect skin and imagine some heartless, soulless heathen making 44 slashes into it based on some fucked up assumption. Good night, jackass. Jill, he sighed. Fuck, he whispered. Women are stubborn. Gunnar tilted his head. Stick to humping pillows, buddy. Jackson? He turned just as Wren cracked open the bedroom door, eyes squinted, blonde hair matted, large white t-shirt barely covering her sexy legs. Are you talking to Gunnar? I am. It's after midnight. Yes, we never get to talk, man to man's best friend. She nodded toward his phone fisted in his hand. Gunnar doesn't text. He stepped back in the room, forcing her retreat to the bed. I was talking to Jillian. Wren slid under the covers. Jackson followed, spooning her back to his chest. How's AJ? Alive. She grunted. Thanks for that elaborate answer. They're in Texas. Texas? Wren turned in his arms as if he would have a different answer if she faced him. Yes, he wants her to help him die. He said that? Jackson smirked, then rolled onto his back, tucking Wren under his arm. No, but that's what he's doing. She's too blind and kind to see it. And even if she suspects it, she's too stubborn to give up on him. Surrendering has never been easy for her. Are they coming home? He pursed his lips to the side and nodded. Something tells me we'll be seeing her, or them, sooner rather than later. Jackson? Can I tell you something, and will you promise not to get mad or make me feel bad or irresponsible or reckless? You're pregnant? What? She sat up resting on her elbow, giving him a scrunched face expression. I'm having my period. He shrugged. I wasn't convinced if that's what it was for sure, since a few days ago you accused me of trying to break your vagina. She jabbed him in the side with her fist. He chuckled. It's not funny. A few times I wondered if you were going to rip me straight up the middle in two. You've been weird, even kind of angry. That's it. It's felt like angry sex. Not even sex at times, more like just effing. Effing? Yes, fucking, she whispered. He roared a big laugh that only turned her face true crimson. Why? He tried to catch his breath through his laughter. Are you whispering? Are you worried about Gunnar hearing you or God? Because I'm quite certain that dog has already told me to back the fuck away from you in more than one language. And I know you haven't been to church in a while, but as far as I know, God can still read minds. Well, excuse me, Mr. Vulgar. I didn't grow up using explicit language, and I had a baby before I had a chance to sow any wild oats. And making a habit of using the F word as an adjective and adverb to every single word in the English language. Don't people realize it starts to lose its effect after a while? It's like putting an exclamation point at the end of every sentence. I'm going to wake the F up tomorrow and roll the F out of my effing bed and take an effing hot shower before I effing eat an effing bowl of cereal. Then I'm going to get the F going to my first effing job, then meet my effing amazing boyfriend for an effing good lunch. And then, if I'm done with my effing period, we might F a few times until we're effing exhausted. Jackson's body vibrated with laughter. Am I the effing amazing boyfriend in your little story? Ren kissed along his chest, following the lines of ink. Maybe. Maybe, huh? I can work with that. So, before you went off on your effing tangent, what were you going to tell me? Ren paused, resting her chin on his chest, looking up at him. I miss my daughter. She's so stubborn and naive and some days even cruel. I see that, I really do. But she's this huge part of my heart, and I can't be on the other side of this wall that she's built between us. Maddie's my child. I love her unconditionally. I would give my life for her. That will never change. So, I'm dropping the restraining order. And if that puts me in danger, then so be it. Her eyes filled with tears, but she never stopped looking at him. I'm sorry if you think that makes me a bad mom, or a terrible role model, or just a pathetically weak person in general. The day I chose not to get the abortion Preston wanted me to get was the day I chose my daughter. It was my unspoken vow that I would always choose her no matter what. That is the example I want to set for Maddie. He brushed his thumb along her freckled cheek, catching her tears. She sniffled with a sad smile tugging at her mouth. If we're over, I get it. I'll always think of our time as a really long birthday celebration. Ren shrugged. You've always felt like a dream anyway. He brought his other thumb up, brushing both of her tear-drenched cheeks at the same time. Ren closed her eyes, biting her quivering lips together. Ren Middleton, do you love me? She swallowed through a small sob, squeezing her eyes tighter, setting more tears free. Don't do this. Please. I'm sorry. I have to do this. I know Maddie owns so much of your heart, so much of your life. But the only way I can know if we're over is to ask you if you love me. Do you have enough of your heart left to give me? Will you love our babies with as much of your heart and as fiercely as you love Maddie? Another sob. If you can answer yes, then we're never over. I've only loved 3 women in my life. The first gave me life. The second crowded me in the womb. And the third is a hot mess mere inches from my heart right now. And I hope, I might even be praying right now that she says yes because I love her. I love you, Ren, so effing much. Her sobs filled the room as her arms wrapped around his neck, her face buried in it as he held her to him. I didn't mean to fall in love with you. Jackson smiled with her confession. But you just wouldn't leave my heart alone. He chuckled. I'll never leave your heart alone. She drew in a shaky breath, bringing her head up to look at him. I'm so scared. His brows furrowed. What are you scared of? That I won't be able to give you everything you want. I just want everything you can give me. What if it's not enough? He smiled, bringing her mouth slowly to his. It already is. Relentless thoughts robbed Wren of all sleep, so she eased off Jackson's chest and slipped out of bed. She nodded her head to Gunnar, who seemed more interested in standing guard at her bedroom door than having an early breakfast. She couldn't complain. He did exactly what he was trained to do. Come. He rose to all fours and followed her downstairs. The sun wasn't even up yet, so she brewed her coffee and fed Gunnar a few treats before wrapping up in a blanket on her favorite overstuffed chair with her laptop. Her social media was limited to Pinterest. Facebook and Twitter made Preston's unscrupulous lurking too easy, so she stuck to pinning her dreams on boards. She had a board for all the renovations she dreamed about doing to her house, none of which she could afford while helping Maddie with her college tuition. Her foodie board had tons of recipes she never made because cooking for one wasn't worth the time. Vacation boards, book boards, movies, music, poetry, quotes. The only board missing was a Jackson board. With an evil smile, she clicked the Add Board button. Night, she typed. Over the next hour, she proceeded to add pictures to her new board. Vera Wang wedding dresses, Ed Sheeran song lyrics, tattoos, and eventually she gathered the nerve to add a few photos of baby carriers and stylish pregnancy clothes. Marriage? Babies? Is that what she said yes to? Gunnar jumped up and took his post at the bottom of the stairs like a security guard as Jackson made his way down. Wren quickly closed her computer. I didn't know you were a morning person. She smiled. I'm not. I just couldn't sleep. A lot on my mind. Her smile faded at him fully dressed. You don't have to go. I made coffee and I'll make you breakfast. He stopped a few feet in front of her chair, with his thumbs hooked into his back pockets. I need a run and a shower. She nodded. Can I make you dinner tonight? Maybe something on her foodie board would actually come to fruition in her kitchen. His lack of an immediate answer opened the door for doubt to creep into the mind of a woman who struggled to stay afloat in the pool of insanity. Perhaps he regretted something, or everything. Setting her computer on the ottoman, she stood, keeping the blanket wrapped around her. If you think my cooking sucks, maybe you should just tell me now so I can yell at you, nurse my wounded ego for the day, and then we can make up later over takeout. He inched his head slowly side to side. A dark look filled his eyes. Wren recognized it. It was the same look that had led to the roughest sex of her life on several occasions the previous week. It made her heart race like chased prey. He sucked in his bottom lip and dragged it through his teeth, closing the distance between them. With one firm tug, he ripped the blanket from her body. Palming the back of her head, he kissed her. Just as she suspected, it was hard, demanding, and bruising her lips as his tongue filled her mouth. His other hand grabbed her ass so hard she whimpered from the pain, but she was too turned on by his kiss to make any further objection. The moan from deep in his throat, coupled with the bruises forming on her ass beneath his fingers, led her to believe she could end up on the sofa with his dick shoving her tampon a mile up her vagina. It's like he had an evil spirit possessing his body, and she wasn't sure what triggered its presence. She whimpered into his mouth again, and he released her. He nodded, resting his forehead on hers, completely breathless. Yes, dinner tonight. Wren blinked and blinked, and blinked some more as he walked out the door and to his car with a stiff gait, fists clenched. Grimacing with a hiss of a breath, she rubbed her butt cheek. The wedding and babies were officially on a serious wait-and-see list. Chapter 31. AJ wanted to go to Houston to meet up with an old Air Force buddy. When they arrived in town, he didn't remember making that suggestion, or any buddy of his who lived in Houston. Jillian died a little in that moment. The great big world felt suffocating, crushing, and a little too much to bear on her own. She needed the grumpy, regimented, reads the paper cover to cover every morning neighbor who gave her a sense of control. But he was lost in the mere shell of a man that sat across from her, picking at his salad. She needed the brilliantly focused, paranoid but often right, possessive and protective to the extreme brother, who gave her the strength to fight back when life felt like a candy-stealing bully. But he was losing his own sanity between the man who wanted to be a husband and father and the man who felt the need to kill in the name of keeping twins buried 6 feet under in San Francisco. Jillian jumped from the clang of AJ's fork bouncing off the table and onto the floor. "I'll get you another fork." "Jillian." AJ rested both hands flat on the table, fingers spread, chin down, eyes closed. "Are you okay?" She reached across the table and rested her hand on his. His chest rose and fell in shallow breaths as he shook his head. He squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them wide and squeezed them shut again. I can't see very well." She died a little more. Swallowing past the lump in her throat, she gripped his hand and whispered, "Tell me what you want me to do." She hoped he didn't notice the tremble in her voice. "Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" AJ shook his head, keeping his eyes closed, head bowed. "I can get us a plane back to Portland. Maybe there's something your doctors can do." Another slow head shake. "Take me back to the hotel." She nodded, but after a moment, reality hit her. He couldn't see her. After pinning some cash under the napkin dispenser, she stood and walked around the table. She rested her hand on his shoulder as he slowly scooted his chair out and stood, bumping the edge of the table enough to knock over a water glass. "Fuck. It's fine," she whispered again, knowing her voice would shatter into an avalanche of emotions if she said too much. Taking his hand, she led him out of the restaurant into the Jeep. They didn't speak on the way to the hotel. AJ rested his head against the window with his eyes closed. She hoped he slept, and when he woke his vision would return. No such luck. When they arrived back at their hotel room, he sat on the edge of the bed. All she could do was sit across from him on the opposing bed, watching him stare blankly at the floor, occasionally blinking hard as if he could blink or shake away the blurriness, the impending darkness. "It's time." His voice broke just above a whisper. She looked at the clock on the nightstand and realized she forgot to give him his pain medication with dinner. "Sorry, I forgot." Digging into her bag, she pulled out the bottle and set it on the nightstand, then headed to the bathroom to get water. When she returned, she grabbed his hand to give him the water. He curled his fingers around it. The next few seconds happened in slow motion. As he brought the glass to his mouth, she reached for the bottle. The cap was off, and it was empty. "No!" She whipped around, knocking the glass from his hand. Shoving his head towards his knees, she dug her fingers into his mouth and began ripping out pills as he coughed. Losing his balance, he tumbled forward onto the floor. "What are you doing?" she yelled, straddling his body while shoving his head to the side to retrieve the rest of the pills before he could swallow. He continued to cough around her fingers, digging into his mouth as he grabbed her wrists. Content with the large scattering of expelled pills all over the floor, she collapsed onto him, banging his chest with her fists. Why? I don't understand!" His hands rested on her back as she continued to fist and claw at him. "I told you. It's time." She sat up, tears racing down her red, blotchy face. It was time to take one pill. One fucking pill. She grabbed the sides of his head and leaned forward, resting her forehead on his. "Look at me," she whispered. "Please." AJ opened his eyes. "I can barely see you." He closed them again. Down the side of his face, a lone tear fell. His fucking tear. That night he had another seizure and later vomited before falling to sleep. Jillian didn't sleep at all. She packed their suitcases and sent a text off to Jackson. Jillian, be home tomorrow night. Jackson, alone? Jillian, no. Jackson, I'm fine. I don't need you to rush home. Jillian, I need you. Jackson, safe travels. Then she called McGraw. It's 2:00 in the morning, West fucking Coast. I'm changing my number, he grumbled. I need a private jet from Houston to Omaha tomorrow. He died? She gritted her teeth and blinked back the tears. No, but he's losing his sight and I'll need assistance from the hotel to the airport. Please, don't act like you don't know where I'm staying. I spotted your guys following me yesterday. I have to keep an eye on you when you call me every other day asking for ridiculous favors. I'm done asking after this. He laughed. I'll believe it when I see it. She had no emotion left. Not even enough to yell at him and tell him how much she hated him, how much he added to the ruination of her life. Text me the details when you get everything arranged. Letting her head fall back into the wall of the hallway outside of the hotel room, she pressed end, wishing more than anything she could press that same button on her emotions, on her own life. By 8:00, her phone chimed with a text from McGraw, mapping out the times and details for their transfer back to Omaha. AJ? She gently shook him, but it took her saying his name several more times and intense shaking to bring him out of sleep. He peeled his eyes open. She was afraid to ask, but she had to. Can you see? He nodded once. It comes and goes. He blinked hard. She sighed. We're leaving in an hour. Where? Home. AJ's expression tensed. Portland? Omaha. Why? Jillian laughed. It was all she could do at that point. Because you tried to overdose on pain pills right in front of me last night. So, you're punishing me? Punishing you? Oh my God! It's not a punishment. I'm not taking you back to your parents and dropping you on their doorstep with a post-it note that says, blind and suicidal. I just want to go back to Omaha with you. It's not going to change anything. I know, she whispered. Let's get you into the shower. Our ride will be here in less than an hour now. Our ride? He asked as she helped him get out of bed. Yes, my drug dealer has arranged transportation to the airport and private jet. And please, don't ask me anything else about it because I can assure you, in the scope of things right now, it really doesn't matter. Jillian helped AJ to the hotel lobby 15 minutes before their ride was supposed to be there. Sit here. I'm going to have the concierge send someone back up for our bags. I'll be right back. AJ eased into the leather chair next to the lobby fountain. She removed the hairband from her wrist and twisted her tangled blonde locks into a messy bun, then slipped on her sunglasses. Her eyes were bloodshot and swollen from too many tears and no sleep. Good morning, how may I help you? Jillian handed the concierge her room keys. Room 349, Jillian Knight. Could you have someone bring our bags down to the lobby, please? Absolutely, Miss Knight. Thank you. She turned and nearly ran into the gentleman in line behind her. Pardon me. He smiled with a nod and stepped around her as she looked down to retrieve her phone from her handbag. Jessica? For the first time in nearly a year, she felt her heart. It beat just feet from her. Luke. She breathed his name with the first true breath she'd taken in nearly a year. And when she looked up, she saw her heart. He looked just like she remembered. Perfect. Except all the blood had drained from his face. He eased his hand toward her head. She needed to stop him. She needed to flee. She needed to do something, but she couldn't. For a mere second in time, she felt every cell in her body come to life. Luke, ever so slowly, slid off her sunglasses. His mouth dropped open. He looked at a ghost. She stared at a mirage because out of the corner of her eye she saw several men in suits coming to take him away. The clock ticked, no matter how much she wished to be frozen in time at that very moment. She dreamed of seeing him again since the day she last saw him at the cemetery. What do you say to the person who gave you everything? Tick-tock. 2 men grabbed his arms, but he still didn't take his eyes off her. Say something, her mind screamed. Luke, thank you. A flicker of a smile touched her lips as they pulled him toward the large revolving door. Once he was outside, she could see him yell her name as if something inside him awoke, and he began to fight back, but it was too late. 2 seconds later, they had him stuffed into the back of a black SUV, speeding away from the curb. McGraw's men hadn't been following her because of her requests. They knew Dr. Luke Jones and Jessica Day were going to be in the same city at the same time, and as if not even death could keep them apart, they ended up at the same hotel, the same concierge desk, and then for one last time, they shared the same breath of air, the same heartbeat. In that moment, she died. There were no more breaths to take. Miss Knight, we have to go. 2 more suits pulled her toward the exit and another black SUV waiting on the curb. AJ, Mr. Monahan is already in the vehicle. Luke, he loved her, adored her, and then he mourned her. But no longer. He would hate her forever. Before they opened the door to the SUV, Jillian fisted the jacket of one of the suits. You tell McGraw, I'll bring him and everyone else involved to the gates of hell if anything happens to Luke. The young man swallowed hard and nodded. I'll tell him. He opened the back door and Jillian climbed in. Jillian, AJ slid his hand across the seat in search of her. She just stared at it. Stared at him. AJ squeezed his eyes shut. Where is she? He yelled. She grabbed his hand as the vehicle pulled away from the curb. I'm here. I'm right here. Her other hand splayed against her heart, slowly clawing into a fist as she looked out the window, falling apart in silence. Where did you go? AJ squeezed her hand. The restroom. Words struggled to move past the asphyxiating lump of emotions growing in her throat. Did you get our bags? She didn't know. We did, the suit in the front passenger seat assured. They arrived at the airport, stopping a short distance from the steps to the private jet. I've got him. Just get the bags, Jillian instructed as she stepped out of the vehicle. Have you ever been on a private jet? AJ asked as she led him up the steps. No. Every response came out on autopilot. Jillian Knight had never been on a private jet. AJ's distrust didn't go unnoticed by her. Why would he ask if she'd been on a private jet when she confessed her first time on a plane with him months earlier? Because he didn't trust her, that's why. They settled into the leather seats of the exorbitantly expensive jet, and within minutes they were in the air. It may have been an awful thought, but as they ascended into the clouds, Jillian was thankful that AJ couldn't see her making the occasional wipe of her weepy red eyes. What's wrong? He asked, as if he could read her mind. Nothing. You're crying. How I can feel your pain. AJ held out his hand. She couldn't imagine having another man's arms around her. After seeing Luke, it felt like cheating. Cheating on a man who thought she died. Cheating on a man by who all rights hated her. Cheating on a man who she would never see again. AJ's hand hung in the air between them, so she took it and crawled up on his lap because she needed someone. And in spite of everything that had just happened, she loved AJ and he loved her. Please tell me these tears aren't for me. Jillian couldn't answer. She just sobbed into his chest because she needed to let go of the pain that was absolutely unbearably, relentlessly cutting her to the depths of her soul. Chapter 32. The demons from Jackson's past continued to haunt him at every turn. If something didn't change, he would lose Ren. She didn't have to say it. The marks on her body said it for her. Jillian had intimacy issues, not him. Yet, since his sparring partner had been gone, there weren't enough miles of pavement to pound, enough pull-up reps, or enough jabs to the punching bag to give him the pain he needed. That realization haunted him as much as his past. Jackson Knight needed to feel pain. They don't hurt. Ren pulled her jeans on over her thong that showed his fingers. Bruises like tattoos on her ass from him 2 mornings earlier. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he reached out and traced the bruises with a feather's touch. Then he gently took her wrists, inspecting the red marks he left minutes earlier from pinning them above her head. Ren pulled away to finish dressing. "I'm fine." How could he make her understand? How could he tell her the people he'd looked up to most in life were liars, cheaters? How could he tell her years of using women for his own pleasure, a physical release devoid of all emotion, left him feeling incapable of having a normal relationship? How could he tell her he was conditioned to be a killer and he needed real physical pain to remind him of his own humanity? Jillian Stalker and Mrs. Baker had triggered his instinct to defend, to protect, to kill. Without that pain, he felt himself crawling out of his own skin while his mind incessantly churned out worst-case scenarios that gave him a constant feeling of paranoia. Ren bestowed a sense of peace amidst the chaos. When they were together, he wanted to crawl inside her and drown in the feeling of peace forever. That desperation had led to him trying to get as physically close to her as possible. But nothing he did worked. It was never close enough. The demons were still there. Running from those demons left marks on the woman he loved. He was no better than Preston Iverson. "I need some time." She turned, buttoning up her shirt. "Time?" He nodded, but he couldn't look at her. "You can't let people do this to you." "Jackson, I said I'm fine." "You're not fine." He fisted the sheets beside him. "This." He grabbed her wrist, turning it so they both could see the red marks. "This is not okay. This is not fine. It doesn't matter how many I love yous someone gives you, or how many orgasms you have. You are a survivor of abuse, so this can never be okay again." She shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "Don't do this. If you're done with me, then grow a pair and just say it. But don't hand me some 'you're a victim, it's not you, it's me' bullshit. You don't know what I've been through and how far I've come to get to this point in my life. Stop treating me like I don't know the difference between love and abuse. I'm not damaged goods. You have no right to jerk around with my emotions, telling me you love me 1 minute, and 2 seconds later calling some time out because you don't have what it takes to just tell me the truth." The truth? He stood, feeling that simmering anger threatening to explode. "Jesus, Ren, what I feel for you is so fucking incredible. The word love just seems inadequate. I've never lied about my feelings for you. I'm not dumping you or breaking up or whatever the hell normal people do. I'm just fucked up right now, and it's because I love you that I need to distance myself so I don't hurt you." Her tears spilled over. "I don't understand." Jackson sighed. "I know you don't." He closed his eyes for a few breaths. "And I can't explain it to you. And I know you can't understand that either. She sniffed, wiping her fingers over her cheeks. He wanted to kiss every tear and tell her to just forget everything he just said, but he couldn't. So, she shrugged, that's it? I'm just supposed to leave and wait around for you on some leap of faith that tomorrow, next week, or months from now you're going to be less fucked up and ready to make me the same promise you made the other night in my bed? Yes, he whispered. Ren laughed, shaking her head. Wow, that's pretty bold, even for you. You're asking a lot. Yes. His chin dipped toward his chest. I want to love you with that blind faith. I want to trust you with my heart. I really do. But I'm not that woman anymore. I'm not the victim. I'm the fucking goddess you told me to be, and she would never give everything in exchange for nothing. So if you can't tell me why you're so messed up right now, if you can't trust me with that, then I can't wait for you. Jackson nodded. In spite of what she'd just said, Ren waited for more because she had to believe there was in fact more. When he didn't say anything, she turned and walked to the door. Someday, I'm going to give you everything. She stopped with her back to him. Sure, someday, she whispered before walking away. He flinched as she shut the door behind her. That emotional dagger through the heart was a new experience for him. Jackson concluded the pain was more extreme than he ever imagined. So the sooner he could get his shit together, the sooner he could get the girl back. After pulling on his pants, he grabbed his phone. 5 missed calls from McGraw. Way to answer your fucking phone! Is it Jillian? Jackson didn't have time for his shit. She and her nearly dead boyfriend are on their way back to Omaha on my jet. Gail's jet. She already told me they were coming back. Why the 5 calls? McGraw laughed. Jackson could just see the look on the sick bastard's face. Well, if you thought Matthew Green at the rest stop was the most insane coincidence ever, I think I can beat that one. Jackson never thought Trigger being at the same rest stop as his sister was a coincidence, but he wasn't going to argue that point with McGraw. There was a medical conference in Houston, a psychiatric conference. Fuck, Jackson whispered. My men were on it. They were together for less than 60 seconds before they took him away. If you lay a... Yeah. Some ridiculous gates of hell threat from your sister has already been relayed to me. I never thought you liked the guy. I don't like any guy who fucks my sister. It's a twin thing. McGraw didn't respond. Where is he now? In a secure location for debriefing. Debriefing? We just want to know what they talked about. Then ask Jillian. Oh, we will. But we need to know if their stories match. And then what? McGraw laughed. Don't act like you haven't been through all of this. We'll inform him that the lives of everyone he's ever cared about are all at stake if he so much as breathes her name again. Then we'll give him a little something to help him sleep while we deposit him safely back home. Now, if you don't have any more questions, I have an appointment with the good doctor. But don't worry, you'll be seeing me soon. Jackson texted Jillian to let her know he'd pick them up from the airport, but she informed him McGraw had already made arrangements. He suspected it was for the best anyway. Jillian had to be running on some unbelievable, not-of-this-world strength reserve. She always managed to make it to him, but he was her safety net, and when she finally fell, it was usually with barely a breath of life left in her. She texted a request before landing. Jillian, I need you to clean AJ's place before we get there. Everything. Jackson. Okay. The cleaning had nothing to do with mops and dust rags. She wanted everything removed that AJ could use to harm himself, right down to butter knives, forks, and chopsticks. He watched from their kitchen window as the SUV pulled into AJ's driveway. A suited man got out and typed in the garage code. The SUV pulled in as the door shut back down. They weren't announcing their arrival to the neighborhood. It was wrong on so many levels that he waited for her downstairs, hands taped, mouth guard in place. She needed to cry on his shoulder in a normal, grieving way, but he knew she needed to make someone bleed more than anything. And the even more fucked up part was his need to be that someone. The door closed. He clenched his fists. Jillian didn't call for him. There was no need. She knew he was downstairs. A few minutes later, she descended the stairs, looking the part of death. He tossed her the tape. She wrapped her hands, then slid in her mouth guard. "Luke hates me." Jackson nodded. He wouldn't lie to her. "AJ is blind and suicidal." Another nod. "Make me bleed." The pain, the blood, the fractured souls. They were the only reminders of the night's mortality. In hell, everyone was immortal. Blood clots, cuts fade, pain evaporates. But the wounds in their souls would never heal. They would forever fester as reminders that they were bound to a past that could never be erased. "You're angry." Jillian stared at the ceiling next to her brother. The pools of sweat and splattering of blood kept them glued to the mat. The adhesion tugged like a Band-Aid on their skin when they tried to move. Neither one could remember the final blow. At some point, the pain numbed itself. "You're unbelievable," Jackson said. "Why do you say that? This morning, you saw the face that I know has haunted you. The one that hasn't allowed you to let go of Jessica. Then you had to bring your blind, sick neighbor home, all the while pretending your world wasn't shattering all around you. And yet, you're making an observation pertaining to my emotional state. I can't do anything about mine. We might as well work on you." "I professed my love to Ren 2 nights ago. She makes me feel..." "Feel what?" "Everything. I feel everything with her. That's the problem. Every time I try to run from my past, I crash into her. I hurt her, and she let me. I love her, and I hurt her. I'm a killer. That's what I do. I hurt people. Jackson Knight is not a killer. I would have. If Ren wouldn't have shown up, Mrs. Baker would be dead. Kill or be killed. It's all I know. It's always been so black and white. I don't know what's in the middle. Knight. We are in the middle. As much as Jessica and Jude possessed a part of Sunny and Grant, Jillian and Jackson will forever carry the essence of their former selves. If Jessica wouldn't have watched her best friend die, if she wouldn't have killed a man in cold blood, I don't know if Jillian would love AJ. But for you, it's different. You'll stop crashing into Ren when you stop running from your past. I think you're afraid to let Jude love her too. Jude didn't love anyone. He loved Jessica. That's different. Is it? Love is love. Sex was just one of many ways I expressed my love to Luke. I loved just being with him. I loved our runs, our dog walks, dinner on the pier, long drives, trips to Staples. He complemented my life so completely. That was the bond I had with him. The passion, it was just one thing. Luke made me love him long before he ever made love to me. If given the chance, I think Jude would have loved Ren. She peeled herself from the mat and stumbled to an upright position with a bit of a dizzy sway. I have to go see if AJ is awake yet. Force feed him, divvy out the prescribed number of pills, and pray he doesn't start vomiting and convulsing on me again. God, I hope he knows how lucky he really is. He has a brain tumor. He's blind, and I think he's losing part of his memory. It's probably accurate to say that lucky is a bit of a stretch. But he loves me. He held me and wiped away my tears, the ones that belonged to Luke, when I think he knew they weren't really for him. And I know you think he called me to help him die, but I don't see it that way. He gave me his last look and... Jillian blinked away the onslaught of tears. He's going to give me his last breath. Jill. She stopped with her back to him. I believe you. I believe that he loves you. But I still think you're wrong. About? I don't think he's going to give you his last breath. I think he's going to ask you to take it. Chapter 33. Dr. Jones, can you tell us what you and Miss Day discussed in the lobby of the hotel? Jessica was alive. Luke stared at the steel table beneath his propped-up elbows. Nauseous. Confused. The effects of the sedative lingered like a hangover. He'd been in Houston for 3 days. Charlie was supposed to meet him for the second half of the week. After coffee and an omelet with whole grain toast in his room, he left early for that day's seminar to drop a room key off at the concierge for Charlie. He was one of 3 people in line. A tall gentleman in a suit who looked a little familiar, perhaps another doctor he'd seen at the conference, and a woman at the front of the line. He couldn't see much of her except a pile of platinum blonde hair when she'd make the occasional tilt of her head to the side while talking to the concierge. Dr. Jones, our goal is to get you home as soon as possible, but we can't do that until you answer our questions. You're those people who trained her, aren't you? The muscle in Knox's jaw ticked. Luke watched him, knowing he would have to decipher the truth from his actions because his words, right down to his name which sounded made up, gave nothing away. You know about us? He smirked. But Luke didn't miss the 3 rapid blinks before he answered. What did Miss Day tell you about her training? It's confidential. Well, if you believe we, as you say, trained her, then I don't see what you could possibly tell me that I don't already know. Once the shock of having seen a ghost wore off, the agony of how she looked settled into his chest, bringing to life a pain that felt as raw as the day he lost her. The image of her bloodshot eyes would haunt him forever. Her body sagged as much as the dark circles beneath those vacant eyes, like she hadn't slept in days. It was real. She stood before him, but there was no life inside of her. Are they all alive? Her parents? Jude? Here's what you need to know, Dr. Jones. Jessica is alive. She's not being held against her will, and you will never see her again. If you want to continue breathing, then I suggest you acknowledge who holds the power. You need to answer my questions, and then we will return you to your life. You have my fucking life. Luke slammed his fists on the table, sending Knox's coffee off the edge. Knox took a deep breath. His jaw muscles clenched again as he shook the hot coffee from his hand. Unfortunate circumstances, such as this one, don't happen often. But when they do, I usually give the forgotten a chance to go home. Ultimately, my priority is protecting my own. She's not yours. Knox smirked. I can assure you, I claimed her long before you did. Luke lunged across the table. You fucker! Everything went black. Day. The rescue shelter had told Luke the little black and white Great Dane was the runt of the litter, and he probably would only grow to the size of a large Labrador retriever. At 18 months, he measured 34 inches in height, weighing in at just under 160 pounds. So much more than he ever dreamed. That summed up his relationship with Jessica, too. The nearly 2 years since he'd met her felt like 2 seconds. His fear that she would settle into some sort of normalcy and the light that brought life to his existence would fade, it didn't happen. Even with all his studying, Jessica remained as unpredictable as the day they met. He had yet to wake up with her in his arms. The Qin dynasty remained separated from the nomads. She seemed content with it more than he did. Jessica never imagined him, them, Jones, living together, holidays with family, a life. She never asked for a ring or a wedding, children, or a promise beyond today. However, Luke wanted that, and he wanted it with her, but not until he could wake up with her in his arms. He wondered if her contentment would prevent that from ever happening. The progress they'd made with her past had, by all accounts, been remarkable. Separating Dr. Jones from Luke presented a challenge with certain topics, such as her past lovers, or as she referred to them, victims. She doled the information out over many months. They both agreed it was one of the most difficult topics. "Our kids are going to ride you like a horse, Jones," Jessica laughed as Jones greeted her at the door. Even in heels, she wasn't that much taller. Luke listened to her talk to said horse while he poured her a glass of wine in the kitchen. He loved those rare moments of hearing her talk about our kids as if it were a foregone conclusion. Then on cue, he heard one clack followed by a second as she kicked off her heels, letting them fly where they may. In their almost 2 years together, she went from messy to a complete disaster, yet he still adored her beyond words. She smiled as he handed her a glass of wine. After taking a sip, she lifted onto her toes and kissed him. That was the reason he too drank wine. It would forever remind him of how her tongue tasted sliding against his. "Therapy Thursday. Let's do this." He smiled and followed her to the balcony with Jones right behind them. After a solid year of unofficial therapy 3 days a week, she requested her sentence be reduced. Luke said 2 days a week. She countered 1, so of course it ended up being 1. Therapy Thursday. "I think I'm ready to talk about the sex and blood." "Oh?" Of course, most of their sessions had evolved around one or the other, but Luke needed more from her. He needed the missing pieces. 1. Why did she have such a controlling attitude about sex? 2. What made a vegetarian feel empowered by the taste of blood? She had seemed as perplexed as him by those questions for a long time. Luke believed her because he loved her and trusted her. Dr. Jones, with his unbiased mental clarity, held a bit more skepticism. Jessica hid something, or suppressed it so deep as to try and convince herself it hadn't happened. "So, last night, one of the students in my self-defense class pulled me aside after class to talk. Her boyfriend raped her, but it took her a long time to shed the guilt and acknowledge that it was, in fact, rape." "Because he was her boyfriend?" "No, because he made her orgasm." Luke nodded, feeling uneasy about the direction of the conversation. Jessica had a way of disclosing her past with something that had recently triggered a memory. "I know how she felt." Luke tried to keep his voice even as he spoke through clenched teeth. "You were raped?" Jessica stared at her wine and shrugged. "I'm not sure." The reaction that stayed lodged in his throat was one of disbelief. How could she not be sure? "It was 3 weeks after Claire died." "Wait, you told me you lost your virginity when you were 19 with the guy from the jazz club. You were 17 when Claire died." "Yes, I told you Pete claimed my hymen." He set his wine down to prevent his death hold from shattering the glass. "One of the men who trained me took it upon himself to make sure I hadn't lost my edge after Claire died. For the purpose of this story, I'll call him Mick. Anyway, I didn't want to get out of bed or eat, let alone train for days afterward. All I wanted to do was plan Four's death. It consumed me. So, my father sent me with Mick to a remote location, one of their training facilities that wasn't being used. He pushed me hard for days. There wasn't a part of my body that didn't hurt. I could barely eat, my face was so busted up, and one of my eyes had completely swelled shut. At first, I didn't fight back. It felt like a punishment for being so stupid to go with Claire in the first place. But Mick taunted me. He wanted me to make him bleed, and all I could think about was what a cathartic release it was for Four when he cut Claire. So I fought back, and I made him bleed. Luke cleared his throat, praying to God that Dr. Jones would take over because the thought of Jessica's father sending her off with some guy to get beat up less than a month after her best friend was murdered filled him with rage. How did that make you feel? She leaned her head against the back of the chair and closed her eyes. Alive? It made me feel like a survivor. He let the silence settle over them, knowing she would soon confess something that would gut him. Just the feeling alone made it hard to breathe. He asked me if Four raped Claire, which was weird because I thought surely my dad had given him all the details. When I told him no, he asked me if I thought I had what it took to keep from being raped. Bile eased up Luke's throat. I said yes. Then he asked if I wanted to bet on it. Jessica shook her head. I hated him so much. Mick always treated me like I was too young, weak, and naive. So I thought, fuck him, because I wasn't the only one who looked like shit. His face had caught my fists, elbows, knees, and feet on more than one occasion. I could hold my own. Anyway, he bet me that I wouldn't be able to fight him off if he tried to fuck me. He didn't say rape, but it was implied. I asked what I got if I won. He said he'd take me back home instead of finishing our last few days of training because I would have proven myself to him. What was in it for him? Luke asked. Jessica locked her gaze to his. He got to fuck me. He drew in a slow breath. After I agreed, he said there was just one stipulation. He wasn't going to tell me when it would happen. That night, I stayed up until 3 o'clock in the morning, standing guard over my virginity. He slept 6 feet away in a sleeping bag on the concrete floor. Eventually, I let go. I just couldn't hold on any longer. I awoke to a tapping on my foot. He stood over me, completely naked. It was the first time I'd ever seen a grown man naked. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe as he just stood there, stroking himself. I'd been expecting him to come after me, clothed with wild eyes. But that wasn't his game. He had a point to prove, and it was that I was, in fact, young, weak, and naive. He asked if I was a virgin. I nodded. Then he said, "Run, bitch." "Jess, you don't have to tell me. I do." She gave him a sad smile. "It's time." Luke nodded. So I ran, or at least I tried. He grabbed my ankle and I fell face first onto the concrete. It bloodied my nose and busted open one of the cuts on my lip. He pressed his naked body to my back, then reached between us to shove down my pants. Luke watched her stare into the sunset, but not a single tear formed in her eyes. She looked drained of all emotion. I was scared. I thought about my time waiting for Trigger to return and kill me, but not even then was I as scared as I was when Mick's cock pressed to my ass. I got it. I really did. It's a different type of fear, and looking back, perhaps I can understand a little why Claire's parents were so relieved that she hadn't been raped. It meant she didn't have that fear. It's paralyzing, especially for someone who hadn't ever experienced sex. As if the fear of the unknown mixed with the sheer weight of his body on mine wasn't enough, he slid his finger over my clit. As he rubbed me off, he asked me how it felt to be so fucking weak. I couldn't speak, let alone scream or beg for him to stop. It was this painful fear mixed with unwanted pleasure as I climaxed from his touch. She took several big gulps of her wine, then rubbed her lips together and looked at Luke. He didn't want her to look at him. He didn't want her to see the look of complete horror in his eyes. He smeared my arousal back all the way. Then he gave me one last out as he teased the head of his cock against my asshole. He said, "Tell me your friend died because you were too fucking weak to save her, and this all ends right now." Luke clenched the arms of the chair, willing himself to not look away. Jessica shrugged. But I'm my father's daughter, stubborn to the point of my own demise. So I took a deep breath, braced myself, then I told him to go to hell. Jesus, Jessica. Luke flinched. He couldn't help it, even though he knew how it ended. There was no possible way to react as anyone but the man who loved her. Dr. Jones was nowhere to be found, and Luke couldn't find any words that conveyed his shock, anger, disappointment. She continued, "I don't think our humanity is on some switch. I think it's more like candles on a cake. It takes a lot to blow them all out at once. I know Mick blew a few out that morning, and I think it allowed enough of my soul to stay hidden in the shadows to allow me to kill 4 a few weeks later." She scrunched her nose. "Does that sound like an accurate assessment?" Luke didn't have an accurate assessment. He didn't have any assessment. "Did you tell anyone?" "No. That's why I could somewhat relate to my student. He'd pleasured me, and I felt angry, but I also felt guilty. But for me, it was more than that. I made a deal with the devil, and I lost, but we shook on it. And even when he gave me the chance to stop it, I didn't. So, to this day, I'm not sure how I feel about any of it. You were 17, Jessica. It's not about the pleasure. It was at the very least statutory rape. Your first sexual experience was traumatic. Do you understand how much that itself may have affected your life?" She shook her head. "Not really. Every part of my life has been extreme. It's been a world away from normal, even before what happened to Claire or any of my sexual experiences. The day Jude and I were enlisted into this non-existent army of sorts was the day I became someone else. Jude was never raped, and he never watched his best friend die in front of him, but he's far from normal. He's a dysfunctional recluse who spends his evenings trolling for quick fucks, then goes home to his stupid computer. How do you explain that?" "I don't know enough about this non-existent army, but as far as you and your brother are concerned, I think they stole your childhood innocence. I think you missed out on vital time in your teenage years. But they didn't steal your humanity. That's just a weak excuse for justifying immoral behavior." Jessica frowned. His words may have carried an edge of accusation, but he didn't regret them. "Come here." He pulled her onto his lap and cradled her face. "That stubbornness that you admit to, I think it prevents you from seeing the whole picture of your past. I think you'd rather die than consider yourself a victim. All you see is the monster inside, but that monster is something you've created to protect yourself from the pain. I think that's why you feel the need for revenge. You think it proves you're a monster and no longer the victim." Tears filled her eyes. "Monsters are strong. Victims are weak." "Oh, baby, That's where you're wrong. Monsters prey on others because they have no self-control. They're the weak ones. And you're not just a victim, Jess. You're a survivor. And there's no one stronger than a survivor. With one blink of her tear-filled eyes, she released a little more of that pain that she'd been holding onto for so long. I did it to him, too. Her lip quivered as much as her voice. Did what? I got my revenge, and maybe... She sniffed. Maybe you're right, because afterwards, I didn't feel like the victim anymore. Luke wiped her tears. What did you do? By 10 the next morning, Mick was being hauled out on a stretcher with a broken nose, 2 missing teeth, and a punctured lung from 3 fractured ribs. His biggest mistake has always been forgetting that he was only one of the men who trained me. Luke gave her a slight nod of understanding. He didn't want to condone the behavior that he just told her was so counterproductive to her progress. But Mick deserved everything she gave him and so much more. What? She asked as he continued to look at her, contemplating everything she just confessed. The blood? She nodded, brushing the pads of her fingers over her lips, a glassy look in her eyes. Before they loaded Mick into the ambulance, he whispered, "Come here," through his weak breaths. I leaned down close to his face, and he touched my lips with his bloodied finger. "Taste that?" he asked. I slid the tip of my tongue over my bottom lip. "That's power, sweetheart, and that power will keep you alive." Chapter 34. Night. Dr. Jones? Luke jerked from the strong ammonia infiltrating his nose. "Welcome back." It took a moment to adjust to the light as everything came back into focus. He began to move his hand to rub the back of his head that pulsed with pain, but metal gripped his wrists. Then an aching burn flared along his shoulders, and he realized his hands were cuffed behind the chair. "I see the connection now between you and Miss Day. You're both stubborn, impulsive, and have little regard for your well-being. It's touching, really." Knox grinned from across the table, with the steam from a fresh cup of coffee spiraling into the air. "You raped her." Knox's smile faded. He motioned with his head, and the 3 other men standing guard in the room exited. "You're an educated man, Dr. Jones. I'm sure had you taken the time to remove your dick from the equation, you would have come to the only conclusion there is. Jessica Day is certifiably insane. She should have been committed, but you wanted to keep her as your little pet instead. You thought as long as you had her on a leash, she wouldn't be a threat to anyone." Knox took a sip of his coffee, then stood, pacing the room. "What do you know about her training and what we do here?" "I know you take innocent children and train them to be killers." "Killers?" Knox laughed. "Is that what Miss Day told you? Or is that your own assessment? Because the whole purpose of what we do is to prevent innocent people from being killed. That's why you're no longer with your beloved. The day her parents were murdered, her name moved to the top of a list. Do you know what that list was?" Luke glared at him. "It was the next list. As in, she was next on the list to be killed. That's where we came in, to save her life." "Witness protection?" Knox smirked. "Sort of, but more efficient. Members of our group don't have to jump through hoops and pray that a bullet doesn't land on their head before they reach the end. We protect our own at all cost, no questions asked." "Who killed her parents?" "Someone who realized her father was not who he claimed to be. People in the drug trafficking business tend to be a little unforgiving when they find out an undercover DEA agent has infiltrated their circle. If her parents were dead, why would they come after her? Now you're asking me to think like a drug lord. Knox shrugged, lighting up a cigar. I suppose it's like going to a buffet. Some people keep eating until they're full. Others keep going until they feel they've gotten their money's worth. These kingpins always get their money's worth, and they have ferocious appetites. Luke grimaced as he tried to roll his shoulders. Sorry, Dr. Jones. I'd let you go, but I can't trust you, and I'm not sure how many more of your attacks my patience can tolerate without actually killing you. And your absence in this world would get back to Miss Day, and her unpredictability would most likely bring about the apocalypse. Now, if you don't mind, it's time to tell me what the two of you discussed at the hotel. Luke shook his head. Nothing. Nothing? Knox laughed. You just saw the woman whose grave you visit every Saturday morning with your mammoth dog and a to-go cup of samovar tea. Yet you expect me to believe you said nothing? The metal cut into Luke's wrists as he glowered at Knox. Don't give me that look. You've been the biggest waste of man-hours, but you and that dumb dog of yours have had an angel looking out for you, per Miss Day's request. Or should I say, per her threat? I said nothing. She said, thank you. His words mirrored the defeat in his heart. The only thing worse than losing her once was losing her twice. He'd had closure, but he would never have it again. Every day would be filled with worry and the permanent heartache of knowing that she looked broken and miserable, and there was nothing he could do. Why did she say thank you if you didn't say anything? Luke's lip twitched into the hint of a smile. God gave you a gift of 86,400 seconds today. Have you used one of them to say thank you? William Arthur Ward, he whispered. Day, this is the most ridiculous thing I have ever done, Luke declared. Jessica giggled. Really? More than skinny dipping with your parents? That was insane. This is just ridiculous. I'd help, babe, but I have long painted fingernails for the first time in nearly 15 years, and I don't want to chip them. Damn it, Jones. Hold still, Luke grumbled as he stood and slipped off his jacket. Hold this. I'm going to have dog hair all over my suit. Maybe I should see if your dad can help. He's more patient with Jones than you are. There's no time. Besides, they've already been ushered to their seats. Jones tilted his head at Jessica as she blew him a kiss. Luke rolled his eyes. He's a black and white dog. I don't see the point of dressing him in a goddamn black and white tuxedo. Luke lay down under Jones like a mechanic under a car to button up the custom-made dog tuxedo. Millie's wearing a dress, so Jones has to wear a tux. Besides, this is Kelly's day and the bride gets whatever she wants. You mean it's Gabe and Kelly's day? Yeah, that's what I meant. Luke rolled out from under Jones and lumbered to standing, brushing off his pants and retucking his shirt. Thanks, man, for being such a fucking idiot. Gabe came into the room and smacked Luke on the back, just as he slid his arm into his black jacket. I'm going to the rescue shelter to get Jess a dog. You should get one for Kelly. Dumbest idea ever. The church is filled to capacity, and my bride-to-be is having a breakdown because her four-legged bridesmaid's dress has shit on the back. Who the hell buys a dog a dress with a train on the back? Jessica grimaced, backing up toward the door. Sounds like I'd better help defuse the bride. Luke gave her a pointed look. She shrugged. Don't give me that look. That's why I had Jones's tux made without tails. He rolled his eyes as she shut the door behind her. My apologies. Admittedly, the dogs were a moment of insanity. At least Millie fits in a kennel and doesn't shit logs the size of redwoods. Jones tilted his head at Luke. You know it's true. Luke narrowed his eyes at Jones. Gabe laughed. How did you end up with a dog that's bigger than your girlfriend? Luke chuckled. So, are you nervous? Gabe wiped his brow and showed Luke his sweaty fingers. I'm scared shitless. Half of all marriages end in divorce, but I'm so fucking crazy about her and I want her to be mine in every way possible. I'm just as big a dog as Jones when it comes to her. I want to mark her, lay claim to her, so the whole world knows she's mine, and I'm so fucking protective of her, it's ludicrous. Please tell me those aren't your wedding vows. Gabe laughed. You have no room to make fun, man. For the past 2 years, I've watched you worship the ground Jessica walks on. Touché. Now get your ass to the altar. Millie the bulldog and her dress, minus the chat-on train, walked down the aisle with Jessica. Luke's heart ached as he and Jones watched her move with elegance and breathtaking beauty, flowing black hair over her sun-kissed shoulders and a floor-length strapless champagne dress. He absolutely worshipped everything about her. As if she could read his mind, her grin doubled when their eyes met. I love you, she mouthed. He pressed his hand to his heart. It was ready to burst. He wanted it to be him standing closest to the altar, and her meeting him there to start their forever. Someday. There was a bride, some scripture, a poem, an exchange of vows, and a kiss. But all he saw was Jessica, and all he heard was the beat of his heart. Gabe and Kelly walked down the aisle as husband and wife, as the guests clapped and cheered. He and Jones met Jessica and Millie at the altar to walk out next. I can't breathe. You're so beautiful, he whispered in her ear as he offered his arm. Luke, she shook her head. Jessica dabbed her eyes as they exited the church. He wasn't trying to make her cry. It was just something that had to be said. Luke's parents took the canines back to their house on the way to the reception lodge by the lake, while Luke and Jessica drove the bride and groom in the GTO, tin cans and a just married sign in the back window, because Luke wouldn't let them write anything on the actual window. I'm driving home, she whispered in his ear as he helped her out. Ahem, enough canoodling, you two. Help me out of the back. I think my groom is lost in the sea of my dress, Kelly laughed. Luke helped her out, and sure enough, there was a groom buried under a million layers of chiffon and tulle. That dress has got to go, Gabe declared as he crawled out of the back seat. 5 hours, baby, and you can take it all off. Kelly fisted his lapels and kissed him. Enough canoodling, you two. Your guests await. Kelly pushed away and elbowed Jessica with a grin as they made their way to the lodge. Toasts, dinner, cake, and dancing filled the late summer evening along the banks of Lake Tahoe. Luke stood on the sidelines with a cold beer, watching Jessica float around the room, throwing her head back in laughter as she talked with family and friends, or danced like a young girl born of innocence and blooming with hope. Not another soul in the room would ever imagine that she carried 100 lifetimes of pain inside those amber eyes. Luke, dance with me! She held out her hands from the edge of the dance floor. He grinned and waited a few seconds, needing to let that image of her find its perfect spot in his memory. Then he set his beer on the table and weaved his way through the crowd to those open arms. I love you, babe. She threw her arms around his neck as he lifted her off the ground, kissing her like they were the only two people in the room. Gasping for air as he eased her back to the floor, she stared at him with wide eyes. Oh my God! What? He smirked, wiping her lipstick from his mouth. Jessica leaned into him. That kiss! What about it? She wet her lips and swallowed. It's how you kiss me when you want me. Really want me. He hugged her to his body, swaying to the music. I do really want you. Her breath hitched. Dr. Jones, you're really hard. She slid her hands down to his ass and curled her fingers. Fuck, he seethed while rocking into her with a jerk. Don't do that, he warned in her ear. His parents were seated at a table 20 feet away. The last thing he needed was them watching him grind into Jessica on the dance floor, sporting the world's hardest erection. A playful laugh vibrated from her chest. Please, 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 tell me we're going to remedy this situation before we go back to your parents' house. Luke was ready to remedy the situation right then and there. Watching his greatest adoration float around all day in that dress, with that smile, wetting those lips if he stared at her too long. It had been a slow burn of seduction. They would not be going back to his parents' place until the situation was remedied. He just wasn't certain of the specific details. Attention, everyone. The bride is going to toss her bouquet. Jessica grinned. In the bag. Luke smiled. You and me, sexy, in the lake, if you catch the bouquet. Oh, Jones, I love all your little wagers, but you always try to squirm your way out of those lake promises. She blew him a kiss as she followed the throng of women to the other side of the dance floor. Jess, stand by me, Lake said, grabbing Jessica's hand. I turn 18 tomorrow, and I've never caught a bouquet. Do you think it's my lucky night? Jessica smiled at Lake. Yeah, I think it will be. Two of the groomsmen lifted Kelly into the air with her back to the mass of hopeful women. 1, 2, 3! Kelly tossed it over her head. Luke smiled while shaking his head in complete disbelief. It was headed straight for Jessica. He imagined her taking out half the women to catch it, but it appeared fate had her back. However, at the last second, she shoved Lake right in front of her. Lake caught the bouquet with a huge grin, eyes wide with surprise. Jessica wrapped her arms around Lake and whispered something in her ear. As Jessica made her way back to Luke, she shrugged and smiled. Guess it wasn't in the stars for me tonight. I don't think there are enough stars in the sky to count how many times a day I fall in love with you, all over again. Lake sidled next to Luke, sliding her arm around his back. He hugged her to him. Here. She pulled one of the white roses from the bouquet and handed it to her brother. It should have been Jess's, but she gave me an early birthday present. Marry her, Luke. Marry her. She reached up and kissed him on the cheek, then hugged Jessica again before twirling off to the dance floor. Not even close to enough stars in the sky. Luke shook his head and tucked the rose behind Jessica's ear as he pressed his lips to hers. Race you to the lake, he whispered over her lips, smiling so big his face hurt. He backed slowly toward the door. Jessica remained statuesque, lips parted. Her whole face spelled shock. Luke nodded his head toward the exit. With a deep breath, a smile grew along her lips as her eyes gleamed with excitement. The second he stepped outside, he made a dash for the lake, knowing she would be not more than a breath behind him. Jones! She squealed, chasing him down the tree-lined path to the lake. Jacket, tie, shirt. He tossed them to the wind. The adrenaline-fed insanity made him feel more alive than he ever imagined possible. He took a quick look over his shoulder as his legs continued to propel him forward. Long, dark hair flowed behind his living dream. Her shoes tossed to the sand, and with each step, she ran right out of her dress. Stopping at the water's edge, he slipped out of the rest of his clothes. Jessica flew into his arms, sending him stumbling back into the cool water. It engulfed their tangled bodies beneath a star-studded sky. So many stars. They emerged breathless, her body wrapped around his. Luke. She rested her forehead against his. Thank you. Thank you. She smiled. William Arthur Ward, God gave you a gift of 86,400 seconds today. Have you used one of them to say thank you? He closed his eyes as his heart swelled even more. Never enough stars. Night. Thank you? Okay then, Dr. Jones. That wasn't so hard, now was it? Through a haze of smoke, Knox smirked around his cigar, taking another slow draw, a slight squint to his already beady, dark eyes. He looked at his watch. If all goes well, we'll have you home by curfew. What about Jessica? She looked miserable, not like a woman living of her own free will. Snuffing the end of his cigar in the ashtray, Knox looked at Luke with a hint of pleasure in his eyes. The guy she's been fucking is dying. Cancer, a real bitch. Luke closed his eyes. Numb. Now, you're going to wake up in your own bed tomorrow morning, feeling much like you did when you arrived here, groggy and disoriented. That blow to your head earlier is going to give you one hell of a headache. I'd suggest taking something for it as soon as you wake. Once your mind stops spinning and the memories from today start to fall back into place, you're going to have the urge to tell someone. Friends, family, the police. Don't. Everyone you tell dies. Any questions? Luke stared at the table. Someone brought Jessica back to life just to kill her in front of him. Another man. She was with another man. A man who was dying. The pain seeped into his chest like poison. His body stiffened, rejecting Knox's condescending hand that landed on his shoulder. If it were me, I'd get drunk off my ass, stick my dick in as much pussy as possible, burn everything that bears her memory, and get on with my fucking life. Knox opened the door and nodded. Two men stepped in the room. One of them handed Knox a syringe. He pulled the cap off with his teeth and spit it on the floor. Are you ready to go home, Dr. Jones? Why fake her death? Luke continued to stare at the table as Knox held his head to the side with one arm while pressing the tip of the syringe to his neck with the other hand. Nobody looks for dead people. Stick. Burn. Black. Chapter 35. Night. Thanksgiving was 2 days away, and for the first time in her life, Wren had no plans. Her parents, not knowing about Jackson's "it's not you, it's me" breakup, decided to take a cruise, assuming Wren would be with him since Maddie would be with Preston. Wren dropped the restraining order, and if her stubborn daughter would have answered her calls or listened to her messages, she'd have known that. Instead, Wren was on her way to clean AJ's house per Jillian's request, and then Jillian and Jackson's place. She hadn't seen or spoken to Jackson since their breakup the previous week. Hi, Wren. Jillian answered AJ's door. She smiled, stepping inside while looking for AJ. He's sleeping. Wren nodded. I'm afraid to even ask how he's doing. Jillian sighed. For the past week, he's basically been sleeping. He has some short-term memory loss and vision issues. When we flew here from Houston, I thought his vision was completely gone, but he's regained a bit a few times since. It's sporadic and unpredictable. I'm guessing swelling or the tumor, I don't know. Wren gave her a sad smile. I'm so sorry. If there's anything I can do, just name it. What you're doing today is great. The downside to his vision coming back sometimes is he sees how dirty things have gotten around here, and apparently my cleaning is not up to his standards. With a little chuckle, Wren smiled. Well, this I can do for you. Should I just avoid his bedroom? No. The blinds are partially open, but he's really out of it, so I wouldn't worry about waking him. Is his family coming for Thanksgiving? Wren hollered from the hall bathroom. Jillian leaned against the doorway with her arms folded over her chest. No, She scrunched her nose. They don't know we're here. Nobody knows we're here except Jackson. I've even tried to keep my trekking back and forth to a minimum so the neighbors don't get too nosy. Jackson's been dropping off food. AJ doesn't want his family here. He doesn't even want to be here, but I needed to come back for certain reasons. Why don't I make you both Thanksgiving dinner and bring it over? I'm sort of by myself this year, and I love to cook, so it would be no trouble. Jillian lifted a single shoulder. AJ's hardly eating anything, and what he does eat, I have to force feed him. It's not pretty. And I don't eat meat, so... But you eat, right? Ren couldn't help but smile at her own ridiculous eagerness. Jillian laughed. Yes, I eat. Great. I'll make a vegetarian Thanksgiving dinner, and then you'll have leftovers for a few days, too. You don't have... Ren shook her head. I want to. Please? Jillian nodded. Okay, thank you. After Ren finished AJ's house, Jillian told her their front door was unlocked and Jackson may or may not be there. That meant Ren may or may not have to clean their house for 2 hours with her heart in her throat. Hello? She called as she peeked in the door. No answer. She sighed and carried her supplies inside. Even without him there, it was difficult to not feel his presence everywhere. With each room, she picked up speed, going from a small part of her hoping he'd show up to an overwhelming need to get out of there before he came home. Releasing a sigh of victory as she wound up the vacuum hose, she turned toward the hall leading to the garage door. Hi. Her heart wasted no time leaping into her throat. Hi, was my car in your way? I'm just leaving. She knew her car wasn't in his way, but her nervousness took over, grasping for anything to say that was random and impersonal, like the weather or parking spots. He shook his head. Great, then I'll just be going. Ren grabbed as many of her supplies as possible to limit her trips back inside. After loading her first armful of supplies in the back of her vehicle, she turned. Oh! She stopped inches from ramming into Jackson. Thanks. He handed her the vacuum and last bucket. How have you been? He asked after she shut the back door. She bit the inside of her cheek. I don't know how to answer that. So I'll just say fine and leave because this is a little awkward. She tried to slip by him. Ren. He hooked just her pinky finger with his finger and tugged it. That small touch stopped her heart. Please, don't, she whispered, not wanting him to know the fragile shell of her heart could splinter into tiny pieces from his slightest touch. I miss you. Ren bit her tongue instead of screaming. Why did he say that? He missed her, so what? That's not my fault. She pulled from his grasp, and even though it was just his finger, it took incredible strength to let go. Ren hated herself for giving a man that much power over her again. What if we just went back to how things were before, except without the sex? On an uncontrolled laugh, she turned. Friends? Are you taking another vow of celibacy, or is this just your way of keeping me under your control so no one else can have me even if you don't want me? Damn it! He pushed her against the door, caging her in with his hands against the window. She didn't move, not even a breath, as his came in huffs of angry hot air over her face. 2 weeks. Give me 2 weeks and it will be like this never happened. The muscles in his jaw pulsed. Just like that? Whatever it is that has you so fucked up is just going to disappear in 2 weeks? Jackson stared at her with determination etched along his tensed brows. Eyes narrowed as he nodded. She turned, waiting for him to release her from his prison. Jackson let his hands drop to his sides. Ren opened the door and climbed in the driver's seat. 2 weeks, she said, and shut the door. Denial comforted Jillian on the days that AJ slept 18 to 20 hours. She convinced herself the body heals while sleeping, and AJ's had a lot of healing to do. I'm tired, He yawned as she made him breakfast at 11:30. "You just woke up 20 minutes ago." She slid him a plate with toast and butter. That was her specialty as long as the settings didn't get bumped on the toaster. AJ looked down at the table and slowly moved his hands toward the plate. "Can you see it?" He blinked several times. "Yes, I can fucking see it." AJ clenched his fists at the sides of his head. Jillian took a step back. Her heart pounded against her chest. The rage hadn't reared its face for quite some time. The personality changes seemed to be non-existent since the radiation. AJ, shut up! He hammered his fist into the plate, cracking it into several large pieces. Jillian flinched. His behavior frightened her the most because she knew no matter what he did, she wouldn't fight back. He slammed his fist down again, sending toast and pieces of plate flying. "Why?" Bang. "Can't." Bang. "You!" Bang, bang, bang. "Leave me the fuck!" Bang. "Alone!" The next bang came from the front door slamming against the wall, like it had been knocked off its hinges. Silent tears rolled down her face as Jackson stormed around the corner. "Go home, Jill," he said, narrowing his eyes at AJ, who stared at his bloodied fist, covered in toast and embedded with bits of ceramic from the shattered plate. The vacant look in AJ's eyes would haunt her. Maybe forever. "I'm not, Jillian, I swear. I will physically remove you from this house if you don't leave right now." The need to wrap her arms around him and promise that everything would be okay remained locked inside the walls of fear. Fear that it wouldn't ever be okay again. Instead, she walked away. That stranger had taken a vacation. AJ had hoped for good. But there he sat at the table, sweaty and bloodied with rage. His head jackhammered with pain as waves of nausea grew with intensity. He scooted his chair out, but before he could stand, his body buckled over his legs. He vomited the pills and water Jillian gave him when he woke up. The next round consisted of bile until all that remained were dry heaves, aching stomach muscles, and a burning throat. A hand rested on his shoulder as his eyes watered with more pain. "What can I do for you, Sarge?" AJ had an answer to that question, but he couldn't speak. "Water?" AJ nodded as Jackson handed him a towel. The man who, by all rights, hated him, cleaned up his vomit and helped him to the bathroom. "Do you want me to have Jillian come back over to help you shower?" AJ shook his head. "Okay, I'll be out here." AJ nodded as Jackson shut the door. By the time he undressed and stepped into the hot shower, he could barely stand. Choosing to find the floor of the shower before it found him, he slid down the tile wall. Resting his head on his bent knees, he let the water wash away everything. He chased away the loneliness by feeling Jillian's hands on his head like a ghost. There would never be the right words to describe that touch. It brought him back from the deepest depths of pain and darkness. Would she ever know that? Would she ever know she loved him at his very worst? There was so much to say, but not enough time. There was never enough time. By the time he toweled off and dressed, he needed another shower. Busting up his breakfast and blowing up at Jillian for absolutely no reason expended his allotment of energy for the day. "Do you need anything?" Jackson asked as AJ lumbered to his bed, collapsing into a partial sitting position at the head of it. "War." AJ closed his eyes. "Anger. Humiliation. Rock bottom. I'll get it." Jackson returned with more water. AJ wrapped both hands around the glass. He didn't trust his body. It seemed to be failing him. "It's affecting your speech?" AJ nodded. "Did it just start?" AJ nodded. Yes." He felt like a child trying to say his first word. And if life weren't already cruel enough, Tears pricked his eyes because even his emotions were out of control. Jackson narrowed his eyes a bit. "Are you done?" AJ stared at the glass of water still half full. "I'm not talking about the water." He looked up. Jackson didn't blink or say another word. He didn't have to. AJ nodded. Chapter 36. The droning whistle of the furnace ceased on the chilly November evening, leaving Jillian in silence. By the time Jackson texted her the all clear to go back to AJ's, he was already asleep again. She thanked her brother for cleaning up after AJ and staying with him while he showered. Then she thanked him for his patience, in spite of AJ's earlier outburst. Jackson kissed her on the head and left without saying much of anything. Perhaps there was nothing to say. AJ needed her. She would help him get better. Luke belonged to Jessica. He was her past, and she died. Everyone needed a mantra, and that became hers. The bed creaked as she crawled in next to AJ and took his hand in hers. The need to feel the warmth of his body, the beat of his heart, the whisper of his breath. It felt as vital as the air in her lungs, the blood in her veins. Seeing Luke, or what felt like a ghost of a life that no longer existed, only intensified her need to be in the arms of the man who gave her a second chance. AJ accepted the woman and the monster without explanation. Who does that? "I love you, Eric James. You'll never know how much I needed you to come into my life when you did. You've given my existence a life again. This feeling in my chest feels like..." She placed her other hand over her chest. "Like a fucking heartbeat. I don't even know how that's possible, but it's there." She rolled to the side and pressed her lips to his shoulder. "And I need it." He didn't move. Not a twitch. Nothing more than a slow breath and a weak heartbeat. The lump in Jillian's throat thickened. "I need you," she whispered as the first tear fell. "Until you asked me to come to Portland, I'd gone to all of Cage's games. I didn't tell you before now because I knew how much pain you'd feel just from the mention of his name. He's so damn talented and strong, but he needs his father. You need to be there to cheer him on, not just on the field, but in life. Children need their parents. Even when they die, that need doesn't ever go away." She closed her eyes and prayed. For years, she questioned God's existence. Most people in hell probably did. But maybe God saw how she'd loved another selflessly and would grant her one wish, one answered prayer. "Let me keep him. Even if I burn in hell later, just for now, let me keep him." God had decided to at least give her request some thought because Jillian awoke from the floor to the sound of AJ coughing. It wasn't a miracle healing, but 10 hours after her request, he was still breathing. Or at least trying to breathe. "Here." She knelt beside the bed holding a glass of water as he struggled to sit up a little bit. He took a small sip and tried to clear his throat. The. Closing his eyes, he shook his head and clenched his teeth. "You're welcome." Jillian kissed his lips, resting her hands on his face. "I know this is hard for you right now, but it's going to get better." She nodded her head, waiting for him to open his eyes. When he did, he shook his head. No. She resented the pleading look in his eyes. He covered her hands with his, pulling them to his chest as he tried to squeeze them. Real. Pulling away, she stood and walked to the other side of the room, keeping her back to him. "Stop saying that. I don't want to be your fucking real. I want to be your goddamn future. Do you know? Her voice cracked from the pain in her chest. Do you know what I've endured to get to this point in my life? She shook her head, brushing her fingers over her cheeks. I died to be with you, and I know you don't understand that, but it's true. I gave up my last fucking breath to be here. Jillian turned, and that new heart, it broke. AJ looked at her through red eyes, tears trailing down his face. Let me take you back to Portland, please. I'll stay with you. I'll go to every appointment and hold your hand, or prance around the room naked, or read you the boring newspaper. Just let me take you back and let me fight this with you. AJ looked down at the floor for a few seconds that felt like an eternity as she waited for his answer. When he looked up, he nodded. Jillian packed AJ's bags while she waited for Jackson to get back from running a few errands. She hoped one of them was to Wren's. It would be an awkward Thanksgiving dinner if they didn't at least call a couple hours truce. AJ had slept most of the day, but she hoped he would be awake for Thanksgiving dinner, even if he didn't eat anything. Jill? In here, she called out the door of AJ's bedroom. Not even a freight train could wake him when he was in his deep sleep. Jackson stood in the doorway as she zipped up AJ's travel bag on the floor. Hey, did you get your errands ran? Jackson nodded. Please tell me you saw Wren and made up. I messaged her. About dinner? He nodded. And everything is good? Another nod. Are we still eating here? I don't want to try to move AJ. Yes. What time? Jackson stared at her, then looked at his watch. 3 hours. Perfect. I can do a load of my laundry, shower, and pack. Text me when she gets here with the food? A nod. Jillian kissed a sleeping AJ on the forehead. Love you, she whispered. Don't look so grumpy. She pinched Jackson's cheeks as she squeezed by him. It's Thanksgiving. I'm not cooking the meal. And AJ agreed to fight. It's a good day. A good day. Jackson repeated like he was testing out the words. Jillian rolled her eyes. I'll be back. Wear something nice. She turned at the front door. Really? You're in jeans. Wren's dressing up. She doesn't want to be the only one. Jillian shrugged. Okay, then. She threw in a load of laundry to wash, then soaked in the tub, taking the time to shave all her neglected parts. After doing her hair and packing for their trip, she shrugged off her robe and slipped on a red shift dress and black heels. Just as she glided on her favorite red lipstick, her phone vibrated. Jackson. Dinner. Jillian. Be right there. Jackson. I love you, Jillian. His holiday sentimentality made her smile. Jillian. You too. She slipped on a wrap and stepped out into the cold breeze. Wren's car wasn't in AJ's driveway. Jackson must have let her park in the garage to haul in all the food. Soft music played in the background as she stepped inside. All the lights were off except for a soft glow that flickered from the dining room. Hello? No one answered. She stopped at the entry to the room illuminated with candles everywhere. A table was set for two with the elegance of a five-star restaurant. A massive bouquet of roses in a large vase divided the two place settings at opposite ends. Jillian smiled. Cloth napkins. As she moved around the table to the setting behind the roses, her smile faded. The white napkin folded and held by a silver napkin ring had black ink, writing on it. She slowly eased into the chair, letting her wrap fall to the floor as she slid the napkin from the ring. Jillian, you look beautiful tonight. Simply stunning as always. Please accept my sincerest apologies for missing our first official date. I had a chance to go, and I took it. No. She sucked in a shaky breath as tears filled her eyes. What have you done? She whispered. I don't know what's on the other side or even which direction I'm going, but I hope by the time you're reading this, I'm sitting across from you, even if you can't see me." She looked up at the empty chair across from her. "Eric James." She breathed his name as her tears stained the tablecloth. "Some things in life you just know. I knew the day I laid eyes on you that the course of my life would change forever. I knew the first day you helped me through that migraine in the shower that no one had ever touched me so deeply, so completely. I knew the night you broke my nose that I hated you. It was also at the exact moment that I knew I loved you. Don't roll your eyes. It's the God's honest truth." She sobbed and laughed a little through her tears. "And I knew the day I was diagnosed with cancer that I was going to die. What I didn't know was how desperately I would want to live. As we both saw, my body wouldn't cooperate with my mind. You deserve a life. A real life. Not the pathetic excuse for existence that I had become." The napkin shook in her trembling hands. "Time couldn't mend my body, but you mended my soul. I'll leave knowing that I was the luckiest bastard alive because I was loved by you. And you, my beautiful girl, you were loved by me." Eric James Monahan. This has been Middle of Night, Jack and Jill Series Book 2, written by Jewel E. Ann, narrated by Stephanie K. Copyright 2017 by Jewel E. Ann. Production copyright 2019 by Jewel E. Ann.